Pine Pie, hey Daffodil, hey D. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I'm on a new PC setup, so I was afraid some settings might be a little off, so we may have to adjust things as we go today. A little quiet. Um, let's see. Which I'll turn off the music for a moment and we'll see. Mhm. Okay, maybe this will get a little better. We will find out. Y'all can tell me if there's issues. Feel free, let me know. I don't have enough room on my desk. Hey Alex, hey Frel. Thanks for joining everybody. I still try to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Trying to get set up. Uh, so yeah, I turned up the setting on my microphone a little bit, so hopefully that'll help. I'm not used to streaming during the daytime, so this is the first time, and I'm finding out there's a lot of sunlight from the window. Should have expected that, but didn't think it would make that big a difference, but it kind of does. Also, I expected to finish breakfast before we started, and that did not happen. Let me go in. I need to post this in a few places now. Oh, I think if you do exclamation donate, that should pop the link in. Well, or it just happened to do the automated pop in right then. Put that up there. So make sure I posted that in a couple places. And also blue sky. Discard. Okay, let's see, how's that? Okay. love the start of a stream and figuring things out. I need. Hey, howdy, Ken. Okay, I think I've got that posted everywhere I need to right now. I'll put the music back on for the moment. Alright, so welcome in. Yeah, I had some real fun figuring out my goals for the stream. Since it's not just a stream, not just a stream thing, but also hey K-Pix. People are donating from other places. I got to how do I want to actually track goals? Do I want to put in, say $250? So then I have to track from the beginning that the stream starts. But then I also feel bad because I know some people have already donated towards it before. So then that's not counting. So I was like, okay, I'll just use the amounts and I'll kind of set goals above it. Like I think my first goal was set to 1,600. And then 2 people have donated $500 each since then, plus a couple other donations. So now my goals are all, whatever. Let's see. So we've already unlocked the childhood pictures. I'll do that in a little bit. Do a first time Phasmophobia play. I'll try it solo. I figure I'll wait till it gets dark for that, so that'll still be several hours. Microsoft Paint with Bob Ross. How long is a Bob Ross thing? Is it 30 minutes? Yeah, it's 30 minutes. So I'll probably try and do that sometime today. Won't be too far off before we, 3,000. Chat picks a single player game. Any game, whether I've got it or not, we'll make it work. Any single player game. I didn't want y'all to be able to choose Among Us, so that's not an option. I made sure single player was listed. Bapper Girl had the idea to make choreography an option to learn K-pop dances because she's gotten into K-pop. I don't know that it started with K-pop Demon Hunters. It probably started before that. Yeah, I don't know about that, but right now she's in the Stray Kids. Yeah, I have no dancing or singing capabilities. And I figure if I'm going to learn a dance move, I need to do it, I guess, by tomorrow. Since I've got surgery on Monday on my neck, so I probably shouldn't be learning choreography after that. That or I need to wait at least a month or 2. So we'll see if we hit that. If we hit that goal, we'll see how fast I can learn it. Yes. Yes, the charity's name is For Paws for Ability, which they have general fundraisers where the money just goes to a general fund they use, but then they have then we have a link which should take you to something for my son specifically. In fact, let me double check the QR code, make sure that's going there. Yep. could tell it's related to me based on the name of my son. And from there, you can figure out. Yep. So, my first name's Ben. You can guess where Bapperson comes from. So, thank you. Let's see, that's not refreshing. I was hoping it was going to refresh. There it is. All right, so thank you, D. Yeah. So, they don't really have like they have a widget for that little thermometer up in the top right. They don't have any other widgets. So I tried kind of coming up with something basic. Right now it looks like it might not. Try to see if there's any way to make it refresh on its own. Otherwise I might just need to hide it and not bother with it, because I don't want it to look like it's not going through. Yeah. Otherwise I'm going to have to sit and refresh this, and that's no fun. Alright, I'm going to hide that for the time being. Maybe I'll pull it up occasionally to check things, but I can still attempt to watch for the top right thermometer to change. So thanks, Dee, for the donation. With that, it's a good reminder to work on dog paws before I get into a game. I meant to shuffle these colors up and forgot. Grab my markers. So I have got dog paws. Gonna try and hang them up on here using whatever, sticky tack, whatever it's called. And so $25 donation goes up on there. Anybody with at least 25. So let me actually go back and pull up the list. Frel, thank you. I see that. Thank you, Frel, for the $100 dono. Few more. Okay. It's not like I have all the lists pulled up. Let's see. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. Let's. Which one is it? Gotta love my color blindness trying to do this. Let's see how it came off in the camera. I had a color which I believe was, my wife said was lime, so got that for lime pie. Then I'm not sure how the black is going to show up on some of these colors. Well, the marker in general, so let me see. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Tim Lanning, y'all don't know him, but he's from another online community that I've been involved in for ooh, I'll say 10 years, 11 years. Then we've got, let's see, I'm skipping RL people, real life people. Then we've got somebody named Caitlin Marie. I had planned on writing these neater, and I am not. So, oops. So I got Caitlin Marie. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Daniel, but online, D. Martin G. Let's see, that's IRL, that's anonymous. My two biggest donos are anonymous people, which is, you know, it's a thing that people do. Yeah, I guess it's not usually shown. I wonder what people do to not show that, because I didn't do anything in particular. It just kind of, that's how it was when I turned on my widget for that. Steph Kingston. Yet another from my other community. Let me see if that came through okay. May need to stick to black. That shows up, but not well. Let me see if that came through. Yeah, that's better. Then the anonymous, and then we've got Big D. And let's pull out something different here. We'll grab a yellow. And Frel, who, if I know some of y'all weren't here for that, but you know, after people were talking about how to say Frel's name, I went and pulled it up on Google Translate, listened to how they said it, and then I said, Frel, I'll learn to say it if you want it. And Frel said, nope, you just keep saying it the way it was. So, yeah, it was way harder than I expected. So, I'm sticking with Frel. I'm not even sure I can describe it for you because it was just that hard to me to say. Then I just got a donation right now from Logan. Put that in. Take off my headphones. Let's see about getting these stuck up in place. So I didn't set a specific schedule for today because I know I've watched other fundraising streams, and the schedules pretty much never work out. One reason being stuff like this, where you have to spend the first little while just writing down names or doing whatever things. So rather than set a schedule that we can't follow, I just said, here's a list of stuff we'll do today, and we'll kind of figure that out. So I need to figure out what I'm doing first. After I've done this, then I'll. That was Logan. Here's Frel. Get Big D. And Steph Kingston. D. Martin. Caitlin Marie. Tim Lanning. And Lime Pie. I'll probably end up pulling pulling the whole screen closer later as I get more organized. These have gotten all mixed up. Let me fix that. Double check that. Alright, I got 2 more that came in. Seems like that thermometer's being a little slow. Bloobs, hey, welcome on in. And then, not the marker I wanted. I've got Kevin or K-Pix. He wrote both. Sure. So we got K-Pix for the $41 dono. And I don't know what to say about this next one. Let me I'm going to pull this one up for y'all. So, I'm not sure how it's anonymous when you write from LimePie. So, thank you to K-Pix. Thank you to LimePie once again. Well, K-Pix, there's a a place to mark anonymous. Because I've got several anonymous ones. I don't know who they are. Okay, I need some more sticky tack. And that's also another reminder. Golly. The oh, um, the site. It's not clear when you go to do it about whether there's a fee or not. As you support that and all. So I was a little confused about that. We had to kind of figure it out. Basically, the agency, the four paws for ability, they have some sort of, I'll call it corporate, but set up with this donation group, QGive, and they've got it all set up so that I never even have to worry about the money going in my hands. It goes straight in to the account for us. But because of that corporate setup deal they do, basically all the fees are already paid by their membership in it. And as me being part of that fundraising group, the fees aren't actually taken out. So you don't have to worry when it has the $4 fee mentioned. So let's see, I got K-Pix, and since Lime Pie did anonymous, that did remind me, since I've got a few anonymous donations, I'll add Nani to the list. Okay. Alright, so we are caught back up on that, I think. Better double check. Yes, okay, great. Let me. So, I was saying earlier that the whole goals thing was kind of a what do I even do about this? Because, what do I go based off initially entered or totals or whatever? I ended up picking, and we've already gone past the goals, and now we've hit the $3,000 goal, which the $3,000 was picking a single player game. And then I also need to do hot and sour punishment, which is basically going to be I bought a bunch of hot candies, and I've bought several sour candies. Since sometimes sour is not very sour, I went ahead and I also bought something. Let me. So I bought a few things like sour sprays, but one thing I saw that's interesting is souracha. I figure I may do some drops of it straight, but I also may put it on some of the other sour stuff. If the stuff is not sour enough, then maybe that will add to it. let's see, sriracha, toxic waste. I don't I don't know why. Let's say I don't know how sour any of this is. For the most part, I haven't tried most of it. I don't expect these to be sour, wild raspberries, but I thought that could be something I could add the sour drops to or something, or give me a not crazy sour option so it's not always bad. I don't know. I've got Crybaby Sour mini drinks. I got Haribo Sour Streamers. Primarily, I got this thinking I'll end up needing to add some sour stuff to it. We've got Galactic Cosmic Punch Super Sour Spray Candy. I got that mainly thinking I'd use that as another option along with the Sriracha. Then for hot candy, there's not as much variety, but I also know most of it's pretty hot. This one, I don't remember how hot tamales are. I just know I never personally liked them, so I didn't buy them but like one time as a kid, and that was it. But for the main hotness, we've got Bean Boozled's hot options. So that is cayenne, habanero, Carolina Reaper, jalapeno, and sriracha. So, how am I with sour and spicy stuff? I like sour, but I don't tend to go after it a whole ton. I like it once in a while. It'll be interesting. I'm trying to think. As a kid, I would try and get the really sour stuff, but nowadays I don't. I just kind of get like generic plain sour stuff. You know, maybe some sour Skittles or something. So, what I'll do is finish my breakfast and let that digest a little before we attempt any of the hot and or sour stuff. So let's see. I suppose it wouldn't be bad. Let me check what we've got going on. Oh, and while we're at it, thank you, D, for the 10 stream streak, and thank you to my new follower, somebody named Ellering. Don't need that open. Now, the question is, since I'm finishing up breakfast, what should we start with? See if I can pull up. Let me find the right theme for this. Maybe I won't find the right theme for this. and I'll make this one work for me. Okay. So a lot of my Steam stuff, which let me pull. We'll hide chat, and for the moment, we'll have the donos. Come on. Grab the right thing. There we go. So I've got a ton of games, mostly from bundles. Y'all, I'm sure y'all done the same thing. I don't have, any big things to pick from necessarily. Like any main choices, I've listed some. And there's getting over it and golfing over it. So when I switched computers, I lost my saves. So rather than starting Half-Life 1, at some point I'll start Black Mesa. House Flipper, I've never played. Laundry Store Simulator, Comic Book Store Simulator. I'm trying to eat some too while I'm doing this. At some point today, I'll start the Supermarket Simulator. So, you like the Baba is. I don't even remember what that one was. It may have been in one of my bundles, and it looked interesting. Huh. Does anybody know how long that is? That was one of my biggest issues. Okay, so if we did it, it would just be starting out a little bit of it. Or did it varies widely? Varies wildly. That's really unhelpful. I don't know if it's like crazy completionist stuff. One game I would love to have done for this stream was To a T. I don't know if some of y'all have seen that one. To a T is a really good game. The problem is it's like a 6-hour game, so I don't want to take up the whole, half the stream just doing one game. But it's about a girl, or well, I guess most of the people I've seen play as girls, but I think you can do whatever you want to do. And their arms are stuck in a T pose, permanent from birth. Um, and since that's a bit of a disability, they also have a service dog who helps them out with stuff. And there's a whole wild story and deals a lot with acceptance and stuff. So really good. I may end up needing to do it in a future stream. It's really lovely story, and it's by the same person who did Katamari Damacy. It's extremely weird, just like you would expect. One other issue is that I do know the game, so it's not if I do play it, it's not a first time play. Just in case. But let me pause the music. What we'll do, I think, is go with this. And that I know this is a short game, like an hour at most. Now it is part 2, but as far as I can tell, it is one that you can play separately from playing part 1. And it's kind of like part 2 is like an hour or less. Part 1 is like 3 and 4 hours. So let's try and load this up. And from what I can tell, part 1 and part 2 are pretty different in their play. Okay, before I do anything, how is music and stuff sounding? Is everything good? Something called Restory. You're an electronic repair kiosk in the year 2000. They have you cleaning and fixing old consoles. That does sound interesting. Yeah, let's hop over here. Oh, Restory, Restory. So it's got a, okay, it's got a play test out. I'm gonna add it to my wish list for now, so it's good. Alright, so let's try out, we'll try turning hints off for now. I don't know what distressing sounds means, so we'll see. Okay, so we're in various artworks, and it had something to do with skeletons, I know. And it's kind of a hidden object game. Okay. So we need 5 buckets. My question is there 2 more here I'm not seeing, or are they back somewhere? Yep. Yeah, this animation, it is pretty nice. So now we need boards. Oh, there we are. Head back over. This might have been developed originally as a mobile game. And we need bottles of some sort of beverage. Hmm. So it looks like I can't reach this spot yet. I probably have to get him managed. Well, I guess that was us repairing the painting from behind. Okay. So I need to figure out where the last one is. If anyone happens to see it, let me know. Hmm. So I don't know if it'll be hard or not for me. You know, greens and browns all mixed together. On that last scene is in like back to here. Oh, yep, there it is. I do like it lets you jump over to the person. I don't know how long it would have taken me to find that before if LimePy hadn't said something. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that at all for him. Let me try. Okay. Let's look around a bit. I assume what I'm looking for is those bulbs. In fact, hold on. Let's. I just realized that since I hid my camera, that also took away my mic, so I've been talking, y'all not been hearing me. Oops. Okay, 20 cats. Lots of cats. See, I doubt they're all here. And now the video is desynced from the audio. The video is desynced from the audio. Okay. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to fix that. Are you just talking about you don't hear the audio? Because right now I'm not hearing it either, so it may just be really turned down in this scene. Okay. Okay, when I reset the camera. Okay, great. So we need cats. I guess we need to fix this. I'm assuming, yeah, I have to do this in a way that covers it all. So for this sort of thing, you need to start from a spot, assuming I haven't forgotten my math. You need to start from a spot with an odd number of items coming from it. Before I can see, this one has 2, this one has 4, this and this have 3. So you have to start from one that has an odd number. That is some good old graph theory. I have it at my desk because for my work I was having to deal with trying to optimize some travel routes and stuff. Okay, back to cats. Here's another. It's not. So some cats aren't well defined or they blend in. I'm clicking on stuff that might not necessarily be. Yeah. Knows exactly what we're talking about. Yep. I know. It's just one of those things. Math. Of course. Discrete math. Yeah. Yeah. I've got I've also got a linear algebra book up here because I was trying to check matrix theories when I was doing that work. Before I move on to the next stage, are we? Oh, are we seeing any more cats before I move down? On the left roof. Oh, yep, that blended in. Which I guess I should ask, were there any else saw that I missed in the previous ones? Do I need to go back? Otherwise, we'll head down and see what's down here. Maybe we'll find another. There's a lot of kissing in this set of paintings. Cat on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, there's lots of hats, but okay, we got that. Head back. That was random. But I guess it's down the chimney. Okay, great. There we go. So that works. Let me check. Okay. Yeah. He is going at it. We also need those crosses. I'm just trying to figure out if there's one more of the glasses, so that part will be done. saw those. Okay, so have we seen anything else? Drink by the left chair leg. Oh, now I'm glad I came back. He needed to have enough drinks in order to open the curtain. Yeah, found that just as I did. All right. I'm not seeing any more here. Y'all got anything? Let's see. He doesn't let us count that one. So we can still keep going left, so the others are probably further. Give y'all a minute to see if there's something you see. Otherwise, we will move on for now. Oh, and it brought us back here. Assuming they're not up. Oh. Okay, rather than going up the chimney, instead we're going out to the balcony. So we still got more crosses. Yeah, he's been messing up the paintings. Or realities, so to speak. At the cross on the left. Oh. Yes. Oh, and there's one over here. He just won all the crosses in order to die, I guess. Now to steal mustaches. I'm not immediately sure what it wants me to do. It doesn't seem like it's giving me an obvious way to get to the tear. Oh. Well, now she wants something. Now that she's lost her mustache. So, I don't know if I'm blind, but I feel like I've not seen any. Okay, that doesn't count. All right. She probably opens the window behind her, and the band was covering a lot of the papers, so that makes sense. All right, we got one left. Should have been obvious. Oh, piano scores, okay. Is he looking for a donut? That's what it seems like. So the question is it in here somewhere, or do I have to go back and search? I assume you're talking about that tuba. Which wasn't a bad thought. I initially thought that when you said it, I looked, and then first, that's what I thought. Just in case, we'll run inside and walk through. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I missed that C at the very end. Phew, okay. I guess it was a hat, or a halo, rather. Now we're back to finding planks. Let y'all take a second to take this in. See if you see any before I move on to the next spot. Yeah. I will be right back. I need to go grab some scissors or a knife or something. Is that plank on the balcony? It sure was. I totally did not see that. We would have spent a while looking. Gosh, this is wrapped up tight. mention any others, so let's... I don't think there's anywhere else I can go. So we'll go back inside. Oh. Okay, we can't hop over, so it's only what we can see here. Okay, so now it's a painting one again. 14 of mushrooms, maybe, I think. Am I overlooking, or is there not any on this page? I mean, they could just be blended in, and I could just not be seeing them. I still don't know what those are. Before I click on it, I'll let y'all just take a look. Like, I keep going back and forth whether it's... Is it like a mushroom fish? Yeah, like, it kind of looks like a manta ray. It's just weird. Okay, so there's those. Okay. The achievement is find all rays. So apparently it was manta rays. I can't even think about what to say about this. These manta rays out of the water with its babies. looks like the way it highlighted the banana, that might require getting them all in order. Oh, no, okay. It lets us do it. So now we're looking for several things. I don't see anything else here on the flower. Yeah, okay. Anyone see anything else here? Okay, I can't go any further over that way. Anyone have anything? That's as far as we go. Now, we're still missing one. Y'all see anything? we go. I'll wait a second to see if y'all find anything. I feel like there should be at least one here. Okay. So they are a variety of shapes. Okay, I can't go any further past this painting. Oh, there we are. I can't get back here. Okay. I was seeing the same thing, Lime Pie. There we go. Anyone see anything else? About to go down. So I know there was a painting to the left of where we started, so. Okay, as far as I can tell, we can't go any further. So that means the shell is somewhere in one of the paintings we've seen. So I'll give y'all a minute here before I move on. And we look elsewhere. So many of these look like shells to me. Ooh. I don't know if maybe I need to, is there some way? Okay, right now I can't find any way to get over to that. So hopefully that's not it. Sure does. He needs matches. Okay. And those are pretty thin. The only weird thing is need 26 matches to light a candle, cigarette. Also the brush thing the statue is holding. Oh. Yep, that was barely poking out. Wow, for him. I'll leave y'all to comment on that one. These are probably the hardest ones yet, just because they're so thin. And some of them are barely sticking out too. And the flower, oh, yep. Right where I'm pointing. What else? What else? Let's come over here and take a look. One more in the flower. Oh. I assume that's the one you meant. Can't walk over that far. I was really hoping we find them without too much work, because otherwise that means they are probably going to be really hidden. The level of difficulty really jumped up this time. I feel like we didn't find very many on this one. So I want to take a second to see. We just found an unusual one. This one's pretty busy, and after this is when we start finding the really tricky ones. So I don't know if there's more tricky ones here. The mouth of the thing sticking out of the face. Oh. Yep. Some animated ones. Yeah. Go back here. Oh. And one right there. Did the duck die? Because I'm not entirely sure. How many more are there? Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, we're at 70% of the achievement so far. All right, let's. Okay. So we're just over $3,084. 15% of the total goal, which I don't necessarily expect we'll hit today, but still, I am very happy with what we've done so far. Now, may as well do a few of sour and hots. Let's see. So since we've started today, pull that over. I want to every $100 I was going to do the punishment. I was debating a lot on whether to do the $50 or the $100, and I would have done 50, except I remembered watching Susie do Bean Boozled, and $50 did not work out well. So we went the 100. So let's go ahead and do 6 right now. I don't know. We'll see how many I can do at once. So let's see what we got. Okay, the Bean Boozled Cayenne. Which, back to my color vision, means I've got to try and match which one is the cayenne, because they're all mixed together. Let's see. Okay, the habanero and the sriracha are easy. I think that one's jalapeno. Maybe. You know what? Pepper Girl was watching the stream. I don't see her now, though. I was going to tell her to come in here and help me figure out colors. I'm not sure how easily. I guess let me try and pull out a few of the different colors and we can take a look. run into the most trouble is I can find 4 colors, but I'm having trouble finding a 5th. It's not even saying which one is which. It's just, okay, which one is the 5th color? Because I'm not certain. I'll send a text message. Hopefully I'll get some help in a second. Here she comes. All right. Which you can little peek at Pepper Girl. So I can't figure out which ones are which.
Oh, okay.
Right now I need the cayenne, the middle one.
Okay. These are reds.
I was assuming it'd be a little easier to distinguish, but yeah, really, I'd be okay except 2 colors I just cannot distinguish, period. I can't tell what the difference is supposed to be. Okay. See, I know those 2 for sure. I have trouble on the spotted ones.
Yeah, because these 2 are like the same colors except inverted.
Okay. Okay. Um, it might not hurt to have you pick out a few of each of those 3, because I can pick out these 2 for sure and just lay them out or something.
Okay. So you said which?
Jalapeno, cayenne, and the Carolina Reaper.
Okay.
Is that the cayenne?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one reason it seems difficult is that the cayenne and the Carolina Reaper are apparently the same colors. They're speckled. It's just they're opposite speckled. One is one color with speckles of the second, and then the inversion of the other.
I only see one of these, which makes sense because like they're the worst.
I would expect there to be more than one.
But I would also expect that too. But yeah.
I mean, like this one right here in the middle of the cayenne has a lot. So I don't know if maybe it's got a lot of both, really.
Because we want more light.
So that one's an iffy. Those are, yeah, I'm pretty sure on those. These, I'm kind of thinking. Okay.
Yeah, that one's hard.
Yeah, one of them's about half and half, really.
Yeah, I don't know if that one.
That's okay. Just set it in there and
Like.
here.
Okay.
All right.
Is that all you need for now?
I hope so.
Okay.
All right. So we will see what happens. So This one is hopefully cayenne. I'm not trying to be able to tell you which is which. But that one's pretty spicy. The first few seconds, you don't really taste anything. It just seems like it's a plain jelly bean. Then it starts spreading out. Oh, man. Not terrible. Which for the Bean Boozled, the cayenne is the middle flavor. Okay, we got through that. Now that I've started on this, I'll put my coffee away because I'm not going to want to have coffee. A little water. Let's go for another one. Here's to raid my local Walmart. Yeah, I know these are around. For me, I found this one at Five Below. Try to get enough of time in between so that I make sure I taste it. Oh, so yeah, it's in a little spray bottle. I've seen my daughter buy spray candy once or twice, but that's about it. And that's the extent of what I know. I still have the problem right now that I don't know how well I'm going to taste it. Well, either it's not terribly sour or the spice is overriding the sour. Yeah, there's um, I don't know. I won a Google Play branded Stanley Cup. All right. Okay, I'm gonna give that a minute before I try and do another. Just so that I have a different. I've got more break in the taste, and I can maybe taste the sour stuff better. Oh. So for the moment, let me pop over So there's a few Steam gift card giveaways today. I'll do one now. $20 Steam gift card. Type exclamation giveaway in chat to be entered. I have no idea if it cares about capital, uppercase, lowercase, so do lowercase just to be safe. Okay. So I can actually talk when we're in the screen. Normally I have it quiet. Oh my god, but I'm having trouble this time. Alright, so the J is presumably the fake one. I know it's spelled with two T's, but still I have to try. Rat's hat again. We'll send that to you in a direct message later. Yeah, betray. Yeah. We'll pop out for now. Betray. I can't believe we didn't see that. Alright. Let's see. enough of a break between so I can taste stuff again. Okay, sriracha. Can make that work. Let's see, so sriracha. Sriracha's the lowest one on the list. And it's a nice solid color, so easy. There's just a really bright solid color and a medium color. And sriracha is the medium. Okay. The heat's not bad. It's there. I can definitely taste the heat. But definitely way less than the cayenne earlier. But to be entirely honest, don't like the taste. This was a sriracha one. Another bean boozled. I just, flavor wasn't there for me. I'll go ahead and do another. My mouth is hot, but not crazy hot like before. Oh no. Keep going, it did not keep going, it stopped. Okay. Habanero it is. Habanero is the other solid color one. Brightly colored. So that I know which one it is. To ward off predators, yeah. It took several seconds. Yeah. But it eventually hit. What's interesting is this time all the heat's in the back of my throat. Whereas the jalapeno earlier was all in the front of my mouth. Oh, Dr. Vitti, I couldn't imagine something like that. I almost coughed there. One of my favorite restaurants, like in high school and college, had habanero wings. I only did those a couple times, and that was plenty. Otherwise, I got stuff with more flavor that I liked. Alright, and so now we have a big thank you to Jess. Jess has come out and added another $2.50 to our total, getting us up to $33.34. write that as well as I wanted, but that's how it came out. I should have moved stuff to give myself room to write. Okay. I think because that one, the heat hit me in the back of the throat, it's not affecting as badly as the jalapeno. Alright, so yeah, y'all have already seen this. Most of you, the 4 Paws for Ability page where we're raising funds. So 4 Paws should be there. So 4 Paws is oh, some habanero hit. They're based out of Ohio. So when it comes time to actually get the dog and go through training, we'll have to go up there, which is fine. We can handle it. Worst case, we do know a family near them who also has a dog from them. So I can always check in with them. They do different kinds of dogs. Pull this off screen while I pull something up. And the big point is that they actually look through at the dogs to try and come up with the best match. And it is personalized.
Paw?
And I wanted to show something, and I can't because the game has totally captured the sound from the computer. And since I left the game on, I'll pull that up in a little bit. First time I'm logging on something on my phone, so it's taking me a second. They pick up something in the store. Oh, alright, Lime Pie, see you in a bit. I posted a couple pictures of some of the dogs. The video mentions it, but they end up, this is a case where they do breed the dogs. They look at the health of the parents, they look at their personalities, and basically all that. They check everything so that they can make sure they're getting a dog that has the best chance of being trainable and best chance of having a long life and being able to, do its work. This page, 4 Paws Dogs, shows off the litters sometimes, and they always have themes, like the soda litter. Say Mom Luna, Dad Cheez-It. Okay, this is Sun-Kissed. And there's Mountain Dew. Dr. Pepper. Faygo. And Diet Coke. That's Sun-Kissed again, so there's 5 in that litter. I was really hoping there was a good way of seeing the pictures a little better. So born March 11th, so this is back earlier on. I think some of their pictures might show them. Yeah, there's Mountain Dew again. Diet Coke with a parent standing by. Oh yeah, there's Mountain Dew. Faygo. Oh, Faygo's color's really whitened up here. Sun-Kissed. Dr. Pepper got a leash, so they probably started training. They start training early. Hey Jared, welcome on in. They do start training early, but a lot of the early training first off is just like socialization, getting them used to other people, other dogs, other animals, and some basic general trainings. It's not till later on, I don't know what age, but later on they start actually doing training based on, all right, you're going to be a service dog for someone with epilepsy, so we're going to work on, seizure detection, but also they tend to have a lot of things they train on. In Elijah's case, Elijah has a problem where he bites his hand, and he's got big calluses on the outside of his hands where he's been biting them so much. So we're going to take a video at some point of that, and then we'll send it to them when they're actually ready to do the focus training. And the trainer will bite their hand, and they'll teach the dog to interrupt that, to come in, poke his head in to get petted or whatever. So they'll actually train them for specific things. Superhero litter, a Bluey litter. So a lot, but not all, our labs or golden retrievers are a mix, but they do several different breeds. Go with the summary, but this actually looks at least pretty close to accurate. So golden retrievers and Labradors, poodles, Newfoundlands. I've never known how to pronounce this one. Papillons, Papillions, I never know. And golden doodles. They do a mix. It's not always a purebred. They will do a mix of different ones. There are several poodle mixes. Some mixes are to help with like hypoallergenic, less shedding and all. Which less shedding would be nice, but one, it's $3,000 more for that because there's additional grooming costs involved. Some gold noodles, Christmas theme. Their strains we. I at least haven't seen it yet. So these are just over a year. Now they're just over a year old. The pictures are probably from back then. Switch and Chariot. And they got a lot of dogs. They had a lot of babies. So look at this one right here. Got a real mix of color going on. Although I think this one's interesting right here too. Having the patchy light colors, not just the dark one. Okay, Garland. Joy. I like the color on Joy actually. Polar. Pine. Has a little bitty ear. Sugar plum. Tinsel. Chestnut. Partridge. Noel. Carol. Lampoon. They went creative with these, even though they're themed. Santa. Okay, so here's Pine having grown up some. Garland. Joy, yeah. I like that. Lampoon. Polar. Carol. Partridge. Noel. Chestnut. Sugar plum. Tinsel. Santa. So yeah, so they do a lot of dogs. One big thing, and none of y'all have questioned it, but I've had other people question it in the past, is going through them, because there are agencies where, for example, it's free, but there's some differences there. One is because it's free, the agency is having to cover all the costs, so they can't do as many dogs. Another is that sometimes those tend to be more generally trained, whereas the one we're doing with the 4-paws is very specifically trained to, like I said, biting his hand for my son, and whatever needs the child, or in this, they also do like veterans PTSD and stuff. They get ones that are trained specifically for them. I was looking at another agency because they had a really good video, and I want to see just stuff about them. And they're one that you don't pay anything. They do it all. They do say it costs them about $40,000, which Four Paws says $40,000, and we're raising half of it ourselves, and they raise the other half. But so the free one, they've given 60. They've matched up 60 dogs in 9 years. Now that's great, but that means there's a big list you're stuck on to try and get a dog. 60 in 9 years, whereas Four Paws for Ability does around 120 per year because they're able to share the cost. So, all right, what are y'all doing? Let me see. Oh goodness, Jess went a little wild here. 20 gift subs. That is wild, Jess. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I see Pepper Girl in the list, so she won't have ads now. And we even got a hype train going. Goodness. Yeah, I appreciate that. Basically, stuff like the money from this and all, while donating is always the most direct way, stuff like bits and subs, I'm still getting money that's going to be able to go into all this. Christmas rich and plan to be New Year's poor. Yep.
There you go, he did it.
For some reason, the audio is just not coming through right now. Okay. Oops. Just refresh the page. Double check things. D with another $1.67 because D has to do 67. Well, thank you, D and Jess with more subs. I appreciate that. All right, I did 4. Oh, something else I've not done yet. Is I've got a what is it? Scratch Effect Dogs We Love poster. Yeah, D got that. Now I gotta figure out where I set my coin. And I just figured every so often I would do some of these, and since I've gone a while without doing them, I need to do a few right now. So let's pull up some dog facts. All right. Okay. Great Danes. Great Danes are known as gentle giants. They like a relaxed lifestyle and make a great family pet. I have some neighbors diagonally from where I live across the street. I don't know if they still do, but they used to have multiple Great Danes. And I think they used to do like a Great Dane rescue or something. Okay, fact two. A Labrador retriever named Bosco once became the honorary mayor of Sunnull, Sunll, California. He ran as a Republican. Hmm. Hey, Puff, welcome on in. And dog fact number three. Labrador retrievers are great water dogs. They have two coats of fur that are water resistant and webbed toes to help with swimming. So there are our first three dog facts. Thank you, thank you. I do not like that the refresh button does not correlate correctly. But all right, we'll do another one of these as we're catching up on them. Then we'll go back to the hidden object game. I almost got a sour one. Almost
Fundraising
got a
stream
sour.
hype applause break.
All right, another habanero, which is the bright color ones. This one feels like it's hitting a little harder.
Paw?
There you go, he did it. Good job.
The McKeever family is just back from a bucket list trip to Walt Disney World. Mom Kim, Dad Vinny, Riley, Molly, Max, and Fred. Fred is the family dog, but he really belongs to 7-year-old
Okay,
Molly.
the video.
As she puts it,
I didn't realize the audio of it is at least partially working now.
Fred is her Pluto.
Okay.
Paw?
There you go, he did it. Good job.
The McKeever family is just back from a bucket list trip to Walt Disney World. Mom Kim, Dad Vinny, Riley, Molly, Max, and Fred. Fred is the family dog, but he really belongs to 7-year-old Molly. As she puts it, Fred is her Pluto.
But I keep licking my Pluto.
Molly was diagnosed with autism just before turning 2 years old. It was during the pandemic when Kim and Vinny noticed something was different.
We really noticed the struggles and challenges she was having, how language delay there was, how frustrated she was at everything.
Molly did begin speaking, but the worry came when this spunky second grader began to wander off. It's something called eloping, a common autistic behavior.
The worst that ever happened was I was just trying to go to the supermarket across the street, and we just needed to get some milk. It was like really simple. It was not a big deal, sort of quick trip. And she was so afraid of just what was on the other side of that door. Even though she'd been there so many times, she was just so scared that she turned and ran right into the bus lane right behind us.
It soon became a regular thing. Molly began eloping almost every week, and that's when the McKeevers were growing more concerned. But it was one day when Kim was here at her local Trader Joe's down the street, and she saw a sign on the door. It's a sign that you probably see every day, where it said, "No pets allowed, only service dogs." And that's when the light bulb went off.
I started saying, I was like, well, maybe there's something that can be out there for her.
And there was. So Kim and Vinny got in touch with Blue Path Service Dogs, a nonprofit that provides autism service dogs
the other I
to offer
mentioned.
safety and companionship to families free of charge.
Ready? Let's go. They work on that
Which they only
anchoring
work in the New
behavior.
York
They
region,
visit
so
school districts and
that would
really
have been
get
an option
accustomed
anyway.
to the sights and sounds of children, children with autism, the movements that they make, the sounds that they make, and really making sure that these dogs are comfortable in any type of situation.
Let's go for a walk.
It was a match made in heaven, and almost instantly, Fred took to Molly, and
But
Molly
this is
took
all
to Fred.
really applicable
And right
can
on
see
cue,
Molly
during our
holding on
interview while on a walk,
to the dog,
Molly began
like a little
eloping
extra
towards
leash
her
thing,
older
but then
sister.
also is tethered.
Fred stayed anchored to the ground, looking up at Mom as if to say,
Yeah, the dog is
I got
anchored.
her. It's moments like these that Kim doesn't take for granted, she says, since day one.
You're my good boy. We walked past that corner where she had run away and right into the bus stop, and we walked right past it, and I just burst into tears. I just lost it. I just couldn't believe she was doing it.
Looks like Pluto finally found his Minnie Mouse.
Poor guy.
You are the cutest puppy in the world.
But even though it's a different organization, I want to show it because it did have. I just noticed Hype Train finished to level 6. Thank you very much. But that was a good one in terms of showing some of the autism dog stuff. A lot of the other videos I've found deal more with either the PTSD or they deal with seizures. But this was a good example of someone with an autism dog. Eloping is a big deal. It's not as bad as it used to be, but that it still exists and we still have to watch. He used to constantly try and elope. The other day I was talking, I've mentioned I'm getting surgery on Monday. I was talking about past surgeries I've had at this place. I mentioned, I had knee surgery, which reminded me, there was one time we had gotten out of the car in my driveway, and I had had my knee surgery. I don't remember how long it had been, but I knew I was still recovering. But I had my knee surgery. Elijah got out of the car and immediately took off down the driveway. Hey, welcome on in. It's going well. So yeah, Elijah got out of the car and he ran down the driveway. I had no choice. At the time, my daughter was not really fast enough to keep up with Elijah, and my wife just is not fast enough. There was no way she could ever catch her. I'm the only one that could. So I had to force myself to run despite the knee surgery. And that was fun. But it's kind of the only option I had because he was going. Luckily, he doesn't do that as much as he did in the past. And he will listen a little bit better. So it's not what it used to be. But it does, it does hit. So it is a bit scary. He did, our elementary school is split in two. There's I think K through second grade. So 5 to 7 year old approximately. And then 3rd through 5th grade. So we're talking 8, 9, 10 year olds. They are split, actually separate buildings, separate schools. They have their own principals, all that, but they are next to each other. There's like a field in between them. And one day, oh, that, I thought I'd hidden that since it's not accurate anymore anyway. One day he was on the playground at the upper school, um, and the teachers and assistants didn't notice. He took off and went out the fence and ran all the way to the lower elementary school and was on that playground. Now, fortunately, he had been at the elementary school just prior to that. So, the coach down there, well, PE teacher, they call him coach, he recognized Elijah. He knew exactly who he was. So he got Elijah settled, let him swing or something, and they were able to contact the upper school that he was supposed to be at and get that handled. But that's not a great thing that he managed to escape school, but they got away at all, really. So that's another thing where the dog could potentially help. They showed in that video anchoring, where the dog sits down and holds its weight down. So in that case, we need not a small dog because Elijah's very strong. He will just anchor so that Elijah can't go away easily. An option is also tethering, where there is a cord attaching them. A lot of the places that have autism trained dogs don't do tethering training because they're too afraid of hurting the dog from it, which I get. But this place does go ahead and train them on tethering. It seems like it works from the ones I've seen. And then I've also seen in another video, if I remember, I'll show it later, but where a dog will watch and it will basically walk in front of the child and block them from, in the video, the child was walking towards a street. They were on a driveway, and the dog would just walk up and get in front of it and push him along, and he would circle around and come back, and the dog would get in front again. All right, we have some more donations. Let's see. Get an orange dog paw. What else have we got? Yeah, we'll grab a red one. So, thank you for the $30 dono, Jared, and 25 from James. I know a few Jameses, so I don't know which. Oh, hey, there we go. I'll say I knew a couple James, so I wasn't gonna be confident which one. But thank you, got James and Jared. Yep. So we'll get this dog, and I know it'll be a good match. The biggest thing right now is just the fundraising part. We had to go through application processes, interviews, get referrals, so they make sure that the person getting the dog actually needs it, and that they're not like a danger or anything. So yeah, interviews, referrals, you know, therapists, all that. Got all that done, and once we had our final interview early this month, um, that's when everything's approved. It's all good. Now it's just fundraise. As soon as we hit our goal, that immediately locks us in for the dog, and the timeline kicks off. You know, they don't want to train a dog for somebody who isn't going to have the funds raised. You know, some people may take a couple of years. They can't train a dog now for it. They got to wait till they know you've actually got the funding before they start the training. So we are a little held up by that, but we've already made great progress. Y'all can see in the top right we're at 17%, and it's been going for what, a couple weeks, a week, 2 weeks, yeah, something like that. Let's see, yeah. All right, so we stopped at the wedding. This is interesting. Yeah, you can feel free to share it. That's totally fine. Oh yeah, definitely. Every little bit helps. Every little thing. Um, yeah, Puff's right. You know, and people who can't donate, that's fine. I don't want people to donate who are unable for whatever reason. But there's always sharing, letting other people know. You know, we do have other fundraiser things we'll end up doing. Um, you know, there's some T-shirt website that they cooperate with to do T-shirt sales. There's some suggestions for ways to work with schools for the kids at the schools to do fundraisers. And I didn't realize it, but the elementary school that my son's at usually does at least 1 or 2 fundraisers a year. So pull that up over here where it's easier to see. Puff. Did you just do it, or is it a while ago, or what? So let me know. About 10 minutes ago. At least I'm not immediately seeing it. Not sure. I think I should check something. Okay. That's possible. There is some way for me to see that, and I don't recall what that way is. Oh, I know why I can't find it. Just realized that I'm in the page through normal view, not the page owner view, whatever it's called. Yep. All right, great. Yeah, I do see an anonymous dono in there, so thank you very much. Well, since you told me about it, I assume I can go ahead and put your name up on a dog paw. So you could have kept it silent. Okay, got that figured out. There's Puff. Okay, so let's get into the game and find out what we are looking for. I'm not. I mean, you didn't have to do that, Puff. But say, I appreciate whatever you can do. So, yeah, you can do the same things. Okay, so I guess it wants me to find this person, the one that's been going around tearing up stuff. I'm not entirely clear on what they want me to do. Oh.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
donations. Is there one hiding back here anywhere? Alright, so I've definitely missed him. So we need to look around and find the top hat. So y'all feel free to tell me if you see it. Oh, there's the manta ray in the middle.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Okay, so his painting. Oh, there we are. We're tiny now. Just shrink a window that's in my way right now. Okay. Now we gotta figure out where we can go. Can we go up here? I guess we're trying to help him find his painting that he comes from. Interesting. Oh, welcome back, Lampa. Complete the wedding. So now it's epilogue. Okay, 13 of these birds. I don't know about y'all, but I don't see any on this actual painting. I think we're going to have to go elsewhere. It'll help once we find one and we can actually know what they look like. Yeah, there we go. So this is as far as I can go this way. Yeah. Okay, there's only one left. Oh. Thanks for coming, Puff. Thanks for helping out. And have a good day or evening, whatever. Bye. Alright, we just need one more bird. So we can go back and see if there's somewhere we missed. Or if anybody has any ideas. If there's something here, or if you saw one somewhere. Let's double check back here. It is true, you do hear bird sounds here. Let's go back and take a look. So we didn't find any on this painting. By the mast of the second ship to the right, 2 paintings back, okay. It's worth checking. Okay. By the mast of the second ship to the right. Bird. Anything? Oh. Okay, all the seagulls done.
Les brimades, les fruits de pain et d'oignon, on les esthètes exaspérés échangeaient force Orion. Après vinrent pour me penser les vierges consolatrices.
Okay, 27 of these. I mean, it looks to me like a paintbrush, but with like fletching on the end.
Les architectes cubiques sont derrière croulant mal bétonnés. Les médicastres en moelle de
I
Wisticus.
mean,
Les
say it could be an arrow, it's just the
encore
arrowhead is just really curved.
un index érectile ose griffer les pages libres et humaines de nos grands artistes, aux temps enténébrés de mes débuts au cercle de la chrysalide. À l'essor, cercle peureux, puis au vin et à la libre esthétique, milieu glorieux, crachant feu et flamme, consonnaient et faisaient les francs rires des imbéciles, les sourires des érudits, les soupirs cruels des vieux critiques, les longs outrages, les incompréhensions tenaces, les cris d'horreur des bécasses, les brimades, les bruits de pain et d'oignons, quand les esthètes exaspérés échangeaient force.
Oh, the door went away. Hopefully that means I found them all in that one. I don't see any others. Okay, that door did not go away. So there may be future stuff in here, or there's still one we're missing. Oh. Okay. So the door does go away when you find them all. Okay. So I think we're still missing at least one. Oh. Okay. Still missing another one. I'm so used to looking for the fletching-like end that I'm not used to looking for the pointed end.
des brouilleuses indisposées, des poissardes mélancoliques, des masques scandalisés et singuliers, les douleurs des Christ tourmentés, me dirent bien des choses. Et maintenant, c'est le grand contraste. L'époque dite des libertés, des licences, du bon accueil aux chercheurs, des banquets et des fleurs en bouquet, des cuisiniers dangereux, des vivisecteurs impunis, des destructeurs de sites, des ratifiateurs de nos bois précieux, des violeurs de nos dunes sauvages.
Interesting. Okay. So I mean, when we started it, we knew it was a short game, so that was interesting. I thought there'd be a little bit more mix of hiding stuff in one big painting rather than a bunch of separate paintings, but that was still good and very interesting the way they did it. I said this is actually part 2. There's a one that comes before it. It's just a lot longer, and then they are working on another game. I don't know if it's related or not, but this was Touch the Artwork 2. No babies were made during the making of this game. So I noticed James Enzer's name on a lot of the stuff as we went through. Yeah, please touch the artwork. I think the new one that's coming is please watch the artwork, but I don't know a lot about that one.
Aux temps enténébrés de mes
Oh,
débuts,
the end, okay. It definitely looks observation duty-esque. Yeah. Watch, listen, and report all changes, so that could be interesting. I've got it on my wish list. They don't have a release date yet. Hold on. Ignore the clown. Sad clown. Okay. So that one's interesting, but a lot of artistic nudity in it, so I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. Let me go in and quit. So please touch the artwork. We'll just go see it so y'all can see what it is. A puzzler. Yeah, so. So yeah, a really different game. Not from what I know, it's a good game, but not one I've played yet. All right. Let's see. There's that. Let me refresh just to double check our amounts. So we've had another donation in. This time, William. I don't know offhand who William is. But thank you very much for the $104 donation. Who wrote Michael Caine voice, dog, 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 dog. And that's to paraphrase. Okay. I just heard our family dog trotting around, but he is barking at neighbor cat. Yep, classic dog things. He gets so angry at the neighbor cats, and they don't care at all about him. Um, they've almost run in our house before. All right. I think I've lost count of how many I've done. Okay. We got a sour one. It's been a while. Toxic waste. I think it's supposed to be sour. I've never had it. All right, so let's see. Toxic waste. Got watermelon. Feels like a hard candy, so I won't be getting through this one fast. Having trouble talking. Okay. Have a momentary break. Yeah, so sourness hits immediately. I'd say it's not actually too bad. It's just every now and then I get hit with a little extra punch of sour. Definitely standard candy watermelon taste though. So, I'm open to what we do next. I've thought about, there's plenty of games. We've also, toxic waste tastes like watermelon, yeah. We've also unlocked chat picking a single player game. It can be multiplayer as long as there's a single player option. If anybody has suggestions for single player games for chat to decide on, feel free to tell me. Whether it's one I've got or one I go pick up. At least going to my local waste facility to test. Baba is you. Have you heard of Little Inferno? Which I saw it pop up on my list, but I didn't look at it. Throw your toys into your fire and play with them as they burn. An adventure that takes place almost entirely in front of a fireplace. About looking up, up, up out of the chimney in the cold world just on the other side of the wall. From the creators of World of Goo and Human Resource Machine. Interesting. No, that one's new to me. The Overcooked. Yes, Overcooked can be played single player. I have done it before. Which my main easiest two ways of playing games are going to be either Steam or the Switch. So something on either of those would be best. And I'll do Phasmo later when it's dark. Yeah, a few games I added from elsewhere. Yes, Getting Over It is in here. I lost my save files when I moved computers. I'm starting from scratch. Not that I was terribly far. Corey. Let's say for for the chat pick game where y'all can pick anything, y'all can pick any single player. I figure horror, puzzle, or weird dating sim are some of the better genres to look at. So we've had Getting Over It, Little Inferno both pop up, and Baba Is You. Any other ideas? How many of y'all are out here? Pull up my list. Okay. That's not getting any further, so let me get over and remember what I'm looking for. Switch. I mean, half of y'all aren't really regulars here. You know, half of y'all are here all the time, half of y'all are kind of in and out, so it doesn't really matter. If you've got ideas, tell me. So I figure, um, initially I was thinking horror or weird dating sims, but we also are doing some puzzle stuff. So um, puzzle stuff is also good. I mean, platformers, really it's just the matter of what to do right now. And like if I do Baba Is You, it has varying lengths to it. So, you know, if it gets to be too long, we might have to switch off and do something else. But try to make sure I'm Baba Is You, Little Inferno. Let's say, I don't know if Overcooked was an actual suggestion or not. Anything else before I open this up? The murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. whatever, galactic baby trading, whatever it's called. I wonder if it's was it a Steam one? Yeah, yeah, there it is. Space Warlord Baby Trading Simulator. So those are both still out there. I keep forgetting what page I'm going for. No. The only game of these I've played is Getting Over It, and I've only made it to the grill, so yeah, that's about the extent of it. I don't have room to add another, so we'd have to swap one out. Go ahead and start with this and see what y'all do with it. Now somebody does have to vote, by the way. The Sonic game at least popped up. Yeah. I'll just go ahead and add it to library since it's free. While vote finishes, I have finished my toxic waste. And we're back to Sriracha. Let's see which one. Okay. So the Sriracha was the one that had some heat. I just don't like the flavor of it. Okay. So Baba is you, it is. Oh, darn. Okay. I wasn't hearing anything, but now I'm starting to. Okay. Wall is stop. Baba is you. Okay. That took me a second. I got the idea, but then I still messed it up a little. Let me check. Oh. Wall is me. Flag is not stop anymore. Okay. So if you change to Baba is you, but Baba's not here, then you are stuck because Baba's not here. I thought it would change me to be Baba. Okay, water is sink. Let's see. Okay. Rock is push, flag is win. Rock is push, skull is defeat. Oh, I didn't see up here. Baba is you, flag is win. So I guess you can't really do anything with that. They've got it in the corner, so it's stuck. If rock is no longer push. Oh. I was hoping that meant that rock would let me walk over it. Guess not. Oh. So my thought right now is I need to push defeat out. Okay. Alright, so this isn't bad so far, but I'm sure there's plenty more. Baba is you. done earlier, I'm afraid that if I change any of this, then that will kill me. Or stop, or whatever. That's what I thought. If you do that. Well, I guess if I push it all. Just like I did in the previous. Okay. Raucous push. Okay. Second. All the spiciness is getting me. Alright, Jared. Okay. Get what you need done. Thanks for joining us. See you later. Okay. Initially, I'm just not having any like immediate thoughts. Okay. I don't know why, but I was for some reason foreseeing that you had to, that if you push, it would push all the lava at once. Okay. So I just gotta try things anyway, whether or not I think they'll work. Wall is stop, Baba is you, rock is stop, skull is defeat, flag is win. Okay. So wall won't stop me now. Currently rock is stop. Since rock is stop, but I can't even get to it to change it because rock is stop. Skull is defeat, and right now I can't get to it to change it. Flag is win. What's available to me is wall is stop or Baba is you. Okay. So this is pretty wild. Baba is you, flag, blank, win. Grass is stop. But I guess I can't do anything to it because of it being on the very outer edge. is wind. Okay. The lake. Icy waters. Baba is you and stink. Wall is stop. Is this wall? No, it's not. That must be water. I guess wall still does. Okay. So wall, Baba, water, flag, wall is stop, flag is wind. Can't change those. I guess it would just make it so I don't sink. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I got no clue what the last one was. Oh, there you go. Just made it. Okay. Now that I have full screen, I can understand what Dr. Vitti says about trying to wait on the logs. I never could fully understand it when I was looking before. No, currently locked. Oh, there's not two C's. Since niece. Okay, so the R is fake. I know the R is fake. Why am I putting in an R word? R's. I guess we already had someone in F word, so I think the F is off. Stop. I'll let it keep going as long as we're winning. So either G or O is fake, one of the two. Maybe the G is fake, actually. No, the G is in there. Okay. That's right, we need 5-letter words. 5 letters, 5 letters. Gotta remember, 5 letters. Definitely the O's out, so it's the G's. That's in. I am having no ideas. Well, that was it for us. Change. All right. Well, let's hop back in. Over to the game. Back to Baba Is You. Chat so that y'all can see more of the screen. I picked up some cookies of different kinds while I was grabbing things. Yeah, thing with words is the letters within a length, like all the 4-letter words, for example, are alphabetical. So it does help to look and see what's open so that you can try and proceed alphabetically. So far, I'm pretty stumped on this one. That did not work. When I did that, I can't do anything, and it pops up the undo and restart reminders. Yeah, I had the same thought that it would let me move around as the ball. Before I forget. Because I assume I can't do anything because these are stuck in the. Yeah. Okay, it's not going to do what I was wanting it to do. And that's what made me think, oh, since it was just saying that doesn't work. I was wanting to see if that would activate the sync. That doesn't. So they have to be in a straight line. Sure, I get that, but whatever. Star is sink, rock is push. Wall is stop, flag is win, skull is defeat. Oh. Top right corner was jellyfish is sink, but it was stuck in the top right, so you couldn't actually change it. It was just jellyfish is sink, period. Rock is push currently, so that's good. Wall is stop, and that's on the outside, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything to the wall. Skull's defeat is set, it's on the outside as well. Alright. Okay, that doesn't help us then. Star is nothing, you can just pass through it. So what happens when Well, right now I'm not having immediate ideas. Okay, so that's pretty much stuck in place. I can't do anything with it. So I could do something with crab. But what would be helpful? Okay, I think I see. And I think I may have to restart. Okay, rock is, oh wait, no, star is nothing. Rock is push. Sink, okay. Maybe I don't see. Yeah, a hint is okay. I'll not jump to getting the answer just yet, but a hint is okay. Yeah. Okay. Kiki is move, love is push, algae is defeat, love is win, Baba is you. Okay, so they move every time. Okay. Not sure that's what I was truly going for, but it works. Okay, pillars push. Stars defeat. Okay. I could be wrong with this, but I've got an idea. So what if pillar is me? So my thought is basically I need to I feel like it's somehow connected here that it's changing the pillar to be me and maybe pushing Baba around. I'm just struggling a bit with the exact right way of doing it. And now I need to swap. There we go. All right. Okay, Wallace, stop. Baba's you flag is win. Okay. Move my bar, yeah. Okay. Well, I've learned how to mute and unmute using the mic itself. So, there we go. A mute lock, okay. IND had told me there was a thing on the mic, but I never figured it out, so I haven't bothered, and apparently I accidentally activated it when I moved it. So, okay. So back to this level. I tried that. Baba is you, flag is win. Flag is you doesn't really help. Baba's win does not help. If I had an and, this would be easy. Yeah. I think there's only so many possibilities that I should be able to figure it out. Darn. In fact, something tied to this, I just... Yeah, there we go. Baba's use, Baba's win. Phew. Listen, I don't know. I mean, the game's definitely got difficulty. My brain is getting a little affected by having a little bit of beverage to think, to help loosen things up. Okay, Bob, as you wall stop. I just want to reset and take a look. Let's see. Will changing Baba as you will stop me where I am. While stop can't be changed. So the main initial things I can do are rock is push changed, or make crab as defeat, flag as win. So right now, crab is not defeat, so that running into the crab should make a difference. But flag is defeat, so I can't do that. I don't know if that's what I really wanted, but it at least was something. Just check. Actually, just add that for now. Want to check my totals. Just in case it changes. Make it a little easier to keep track. So I could always make Raucous push again. Okay. It's gonna Maybe switching back and forth between Rock and Baba is you. I have the vague idea. I need to figure out the exact steps. Considering these are extras, I probably should be moving on and following to try and get the main story done. I've already started this, so we'll keep going for now. Baba is you, while stop, Rock is push. Jelly is push. Flag is defeat. Yeah. Yeah, it would definitely be hard to come up with puzzles like this. It would take a few minds. Just take me back to the fresh look at it. This feels really tough. So let's see. Right now, crab is nothing. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. But flag is defeat, so grab the flag doesn't do me any good. While stop, it can't be changed. Actually, it feels like the only option is this, to push inward. The main thing is then those items are stuck. So let's see. If rock becomes nothing, rock come over here. I feel like if I get somehow tied around to trying to push one through, but I'm not entirely sure. I could be totally wrong, but I'm trying to figure out some way to push Baba or Rock through here, but it may not work. Rewind a bit. All right, see you, James. Thanks for joining. Thanks for donating. I really appreciate it. Okay. Does anybody have any ideas to do some hints? Because right now I'm really thought I had an idea and it's not working out, so I don't know. I feel it won't work. But, you know, yeah. Doesn't look like it's going to let me push the crab with that. There we are. Thank you to Hysteria for the $52 donation. W Dono. All right. So here we go. Put that up on our board. try and bring it a little bit closer. I want to see what it looks like. Well, let's start. Yeah. So thank you very much on pushing us further towards our goal of getting my son a service dog. Is there more? Yep. Anonymous. $104 donation, which I've got Nani on the board already, so that takes care of that. I'll have to move the dog paws later and try to put them in different spots. Whew. So in terms of the game, do we have any ideas? Because I'm stuck. Just want to reset back to that point. Let's see. Okay, so the rock passes through him. I have a vague idea. Okay. So by combining those, I got the rock over. The problem is I don't see a good way to turn me back into the rock now because there's only one is. I think it might have worked. of around the idea. I just haven't quite figured it out yet. So I guess the rock inside. I just don't know how to transform. Oh, wait. Okay. I was overthinking it at the end point. Ooh. That was crazy. Flag is when, key. Okay, key opens and key can be pushed. Door stops and door is shut. Rock, nothing. So right now if I push the key over, it'll use up the key to open the door. If the key is not currently set to open, oh wait, I see. We just have to make door count as open. Whoops. And also make it pushable. Okay. Alright, Lime Pie. Take care. Thank you so much. You've helped a lot. So I really appreciate it. Novice locksmith. Okay. Door stop, wall is stop. Door is shut. So the key needs to open. And it needs to be pushable. And then I need the door to be open. jelly is stop, not defeat. So that's good. I could make... wall is defeat. I didn't notice that. Jelly wall. It's interesting. Assuming I'm not overlooking it, my only choices are to change the wall or the jelly to not be stop. I can combine them, which gives me an is, but I don't know what having an is would even do for me. If wall wasn't defeat, jelly's not stop, it just means I go through jelly. If it is stop, it means I don't go through it, I just run into it. We're almost at the halfway point of the fundraising stream. Wall is... So I can make wall not be stopped, but I still can't pass through it. Does anyone see anything? Because I don't currently have an idea. Okay, Frail doesn't know. That's never good. We need Frail. Yeah, I'm currently in a point where I just don't even foresee, like, what my options even are. Is there an option I'm overlooking? Yeah. Okay, I can't move those, so it's not that. I think we might have it. So, now that I made the wall jelly, now I just need some way to win. There we go. Whew, goodness. I was not expecting that. Rock is rock, flag is rock, wall is stop. Baba is you, flag is win. Apparently rocket's flag is not allowed. Oh, because that contradicts rock is rock. So you can't have contradictory setups. Kiki is you, okay. Door is shut, flag is win. Or, well, flag is not currently win. Hedge and door is stop. Key is push and open. Okay, I'm now the door. The problem is that right now flag is not set to be win. I keep slouching down just because of my back and my neck pain. I'm feeling really stumped. Let's see. So right now, the problem is the flag is not set to win. Doing that's not an issue. But like it's somehow tied to that, the door and the key canceling each other out. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'd like to at least finish this level before I stop the whole lake section. Flag is flag. Flag is stop. Wall is stop. Jelly is win. Jelly. Flag is push. Papa is you. That doesn't work because it contradicts the top where flag is flag. And wall is stop, so wall stuck. Papa is you couldn't move. This way, I'm guessing. I thought I had it. earlier, I turned the jelly into Baba. Trying to make sure I remember how that worked. So that turns the jelly down there into Baba. And doing flag as Baba wouldn't work because they'd contradict. Okay, so not that. I feel like it's almost guaranteed it's got to be this as our starting point. Because after this, I don't know what else you would do if you didn't do something like that. I don't know what I did earlier to mess that up. I don't know. But at least it's done. Okay, so flag is pushed, Baba is open. Interesting. Baba is blank. Baba is you. Door is shut and stop. Blank is win, blank is defeat. Hedge is stop. And crab is currently nothing, so I should be able to pass through. And flag is push. Okay. Let me just yep. Because you have to push through Baba is defeat first. Makes sense. I was thinking it was a little too easy at that point. Got my alert stuff turned blank at the moment. Okay. Yeah. thank you. I see a new follow, and we got me up to my 50 follower goal. So, you know, today is mostly focused on fundraising, but it is nice to hit another goal. I wasn't sure how long it would take to get to 50 follows, so that's definitely nice. Okay. Baba is you. I feel like we're getting close to done with this world. We may take a break from this after this, just to give my brain a bit. Flag is pushable. Crab is nothing. Okay. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Baba is crab. Fails, because then I'm stuck. One option is I could get another Baba that way. But right now, Baba is defeat. I don't know what I was thinking. What we got? What we got? I'll drink some water. I'm currently blank. Rewind a bit. Okay, I feel pretty good about this point. We got crab available. Oh, wait. That's right. it's grab, then we've got a problem. This crab will turn Baba into a... Oh wait. No. I feel like there's something along those lines that's probably what I need. Okay. Oh my gosh. This was such a harder game. Much harder game than I expected. Key opens. Wall stops. Star can be pushed currently. And we can't change that part of it. Oh, key is defeat currently. So that's where I was wondering if I need to make star be the opener. Well, I don't know why that didn't work. Let's hold on a second. Just to change things up a bit. That is not what I want. Try to keep going on these wheel spins. Really? had sriracha several times already. Let's see, something else. Okay, cayenne. Cayenne is the first flavor I had. It was relatively spicy. That should be it. See, it starts off totally normal. If I can feel it starting. Dip. Because there ain't half the wheel is sour. We sure have gotten the hot ones most of the time. I have to assume eventually we're going to hit Reaper. Haddocken. It's coming. Another issue I didn't mention is last Friday I broke a tooth, and it was broken. They went in and looked at it, said, yeah, it's not a filling, not a little chip that we need to pat on it. It's straight up broken. And it was, let's determine if a crown will work or if you need a root canal. So x-rayed, and they said, all right, we can try a crown, but it's so close to the root that it's possible you'll end up needing the root canal. We'll just have to try it and see when we go in to do what we need to do to be able to get the crown ready. Now, fortunately, doesn't seem like I need the root canal. They were trying to figure out how to make it all work with my surgery on Monday, because they don't want to interfere with that or have me be stuck in neck brace and all and trying to go in to get a root canal. So we ended up doing a crown, which, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but my wife and I both didn't actually know what a crown was. It's just one of those terms. But basically, that's like a whole fake tooth cap where they get rid of what's underneath and make it so there's a little knob that the cap fits on. So they have to go in and get rid of everything and make that fit. So I've got that. And you get a temporary one, which is like made of like resin and stuff. While they order a permanent one that's fit to your mouth. And the permanent one will be like ceramic, porcelain, stuff like that. So right now I've got the temporary, which means I can't eat anything hard like nuts, or if I eat anything chewy, I have to be careful. Like, he made it sound like it wasn't impossible to do chewy, but like you wouldn't sit and chew on taffy or something, because I could just pull the crown off. So all this hot or sour stuff I'm eating, I'm pretty much all doing it on one side of my mouth. So one side is all getting the spice, or all sour, and it just builds up over there. Yeah. Which, say my permanent crown's ordered. In about 2 months, I should be okay. Like, initial recovery from the surgery is a couple months, but then, it takes like a year for it to like fully heal. But a couple months it will be pretty unrestricted, so at that point I'll go in for the permanent crown. And then I don't think I have to worry as much hopefully. Alright, so what's... Okay, don't give me sriracha again. Sriracha is the weakest one, too. I'm just tired of that flavor. Okay. Hot tamales. I do not remember how hot these are. I just know I had them as a kid and didn't really care for them, so I never bought them again. Now, their other kind of candy, Mike and Ike, I buy, well, I used to buy, I don't buy it as much anymore. And I will, y'all, but a few stores in my area now carry Mike and Ike's in different flavors. Like you can get all pink or all whatever. Sour blue raspberry. And like the gas station I first saw them at, it was 3 for $1. These little boxes where one is each a flavor. Alright, so hot tamales. I don't remember how hot they are. I just know they're the hot cinnamon, kind of cinnamon. Lightly chew it on the other side, just so I occasionally am not all on one side of the mouth. So, yeah, it's not very spicy. I mean, there's definitely like hot cinnamon spice, but compared to the Bean Boozled I've been doing, the sriracha, the cayenne, it's definitely the lesser of all of it. One day I'll hit back on sours again. Alright, let's keep going, see if we can finish up this world at least. I know we're almost at the end, but I needed that break for a minute. Let's see. Key is open. Wall stop, star push, door stopped. Okay. So interesting. Is the door is stopped. Doors. See, right now, door is not shut. Door just happens to be stopped. Alright, Jess. See you later. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for helping out. I appreciate it. Let's see. Star. So I can... No, I can push stuff up. I can make star into is open or is shut. No, and I tried to make it is open. It didn't seem like it did anything. Wall is shut, wall is open, star is open, star is shut, key is shut. If anybody has any ideas, tell me. I'm not quite sure right now. not shut. I can't open it. So if I make the wall shut, and then make the star open. Okay. Now I can make the key not be defeat. Okay. We completed an area. I wonder, does anybody know how many areas there are to this? I guess return the map is when, yeah. Achievement. If we go based on this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then earlier, the dotted ones were the extras. So now I see why this game for some people was listed as a few hours, for some many hours. If I keep going, then the stream will be just this. So I think we're gonna have to take a break for a bit and do something different. Level editor, so you can make other levels. Okay, say our current total is 3,700, so we're almost at 20% of the goal. I mentioned earlier that the school usually does fundraisers, and we talked to them a little, but we haven't gotten to sit down and talk like in detail. But they usually, at one point I heard 4,000 to 6,000, another time I heard 3,000 to 4,000. So that's, if we can get that, that'll be another big push. And then what a lot of people do, and I dread it, my wife and I both dread it, but what a lot of people do is they actually do a press release, which the organization 4Paws will help you with. And then you end up being interviewed by the news, and that tends to pull in a lot of money and people. We'll make ourselves do it, but trying to wait till we do some other stuff first. Because I can't imagine doing that. Pull up just a little bit of this for a minute. Just where they talk about some of the stuff. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I want to show.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Doulabon. I'm the Director of Training here at 4Paws for Ability. I've been training dogs professionally for 24 years, and the last 17 years have been here at 4Paws. As Director of Training, I oversee all activities related to training, from birth to placement, all the way through retirement. I work with the families and trainers to ensure our families and our dogs have a great partnership. This video will give you a snapshot into what we do to get our dogs ready to help their families. Our families put in a lot of work fundraising and preparing for the time they will be paired with their dog. And at the same time, 4Paws puts in a tremendous amount of work that starts even before the pups are born.
Hi, my name is Erin Bittner. I'm the Director of Socialization and Genetics here at 4Paws for Ability. Long before you come to meet your service dog, our breeding program is working hard to create happy, healthy, confident dogs with a sound temperament. All of our dogs are bred and whelped here on site. The success of our program rests on our breeding dogs. When selecting breeding dogs, I'm looking for the dogs who exemplify all of the qualities we would like to see in future generations. A model service dog. Health is a critical component of our program. Our ultimate goal for every dog we produce and place as a service dog is for them to have a successful, full working life. They undergo cardiology testing, hip and elbow x-rays, as well as any known DNA testing for all breeds that make up the dog. When matching up a breeding pair, I'm looking at all of the collected data, looking back at what their lines have produced, looking back at their previous litters, as well as the individual strengths and weaknesses of each dog. The strengths, personalities, and temperament are a direct correlation of our clients' needs. We believe, in order to place our best service dog, that everything we do here at Four Paws builds on the foundation that is our breeding program.
So as Aaron explained, we put great effort into our breeding program to give our dogs the best chance to be successful. So once they are born, their training begins. We start right away with handling exercises with the dogs. We handle them from their nose to the tip of their tail, everywhere in between. At an early age, we have volunteer and staff that are interacting with the dogs. As we raise the puppies in our early puppy development, we're constantly changing what we're getting the puppies used to with new toys and new people all the time. So we do have lots of different activities for the puppies, exercises the puppies are experiencing, such as children's toys. The more things they experience, the more likely they are to have the confidence required to help children and veterans with disabilities. So children's ride-on toys, sound effects toys that the children have. We always want to encourage that. So we also try to socialize the puppies around many different animals. We do have resident cats that live at our puppy house. So ever since the puppies' eyes are open, they're encountering cats. One thing that a lot of people never think about is dogs' interactions with other animals. But we have to ensure that the dogs are comfortable and confident with other animals. At 4 weeks of age, we start taking the dogs out into the public to start socialization. We always try to encourage as many people to pet the dogs as possible, as many interactions as possible, but we always want to ensure that they're positive experiences, because this is what's going to really make a very good service dog. So we have the breeding, we have the socialization, and eventually we have the training. So the key to socialization is trying to create as many positive memories as possible. Because when a dog encounters something when they're working with the family, maybe at 2 years of age, what they are going to do is they're going to flip through kind of their mental Rolodex and look for a memory. So it's pretty critical, whether it's with the university program or traditional foster families or volunteers when they take the dogs out, that the dogs experience as many possible new things positively as possible.
I'm Jessica Kenworthy. I've been with Four Paws for Ability for over 8 years. I am a head trainer, and I'm going to be talking to you guys about our traditional foster and our college foster programs. So our college program is a program where we have students foster dogs, typically for about a semester. The dogs live with the students, they go with them to classes and to the movie theater and to stores and to restaurants, and the focus for the dog is socialization. So our goal is to get the dog around as many new positive experiences as possible, and by living with a student, they're able to encounter many new positive experiences. Going to class is very important because a lot of our placement dogs go to class with their child, so they get a head start in being in a classroom environment with a college student. This might be that they have to use public transportation, so they're getting on a bus and they're riding the bus to class, or they're walking through a city and they're on the sidewalks and the crossroads as they walk through a city. In between classes, they're going potty, they're taking a little break. A lot of the campuses have specific service dog parks for the dogs to go relieve themselves and to also kind of blow off a little steam, play and be puppies for a little bit. The classrooms are playing videos and they're having presentation and people are clapping, and so it's a lot of new things all the time. The students' weekends also are really great opportunities. A lot of the college programs have, they're a group on campus, so they get together and they have meetings, and they'll also have outings where a group of students will go to the zoo together with their dogs, and so that's a new experience for the dog. Another thing it does is it creates a great camaraderie with other students that are in your program. I've seen so many students who have lasting lifetime friendships that come out of that program just because of the bond they created through fostering dogs. This is the whole point, and the whole goal is to be able to see this dog with this family changing their lives. And so while it might be a little sad that I don't get to see them every day, it just is so heartwarming to know they're out there doing what they're meant to do.
My name's Britt Inslee. I'm a senior trainer at 4 Paws for Ability, and I focus heavily on the placement and the post-placement of the training of our dogs at 4 Paws for Ability. The dogs' lives are always changing, just as our lives are forever changing, whether it's because we move, we're bringing them into new situations they haven't encountered, and that's what myself and the 4 Paws team is here for. We're here to help you, walk you through those steps to prepare yourself as the handlers and the dogs to be most successful in those situations. Our best results come from those clients and families that understand that the practicing with their dog continues after they leave 4 Paws. 4 Paws places our dogs on a 3-unit team: the client, which is the child, handler, which is one of the family members or another adult, and the dog. So the dog is only part of the team. Although they are fully trained and they're doing their service dog tasks, it is responsibility of the handler to maintain their skills in going out and practicing in the community in different situations to ensure your service dog upholds all its training. Once you leave 4 Paws, we are here to support you. Our commitment to you, your family, and the dog is lifelong.
My name is Jennifer Lutz, and I'm the Associate Director here at 4 Paws for Ability. One of my primary responsibilities here is to help you figure out if this process is the right fit. One of the things that I do is client coordination. So within my job, we understand that this is a daunting process, the decision to be able to have a service dog meet the needs of your child. You're welcome to go ahead and submit an application on our website. The application has some different portions for you to complete and some portions for a doctor and some references to complete. Once we get that information, we'll then be contacting you to do a phone interview to discuss the needs that you have within your family and the ways that a service dog could help. Once you've been accepted into the program, 4 Paws has a funding requirement, and once you meet that funding,
I want to jump down to show is this right here. And we were showing it a little bit earlier with that first girl. Shopping, which I believe this is a mall that's near 4 Paws, and that they may do some of their training there. Because when you go up to train, they go over stuff, and I think they may take you out to the mall. Basically, up until the last year, shopping meant one of us going out shopping and everybody else staying home. It was basically impossible for somebody to go shop with our son because he could run off. But he could also become dysregulated. He has a lot of sensory stuff going on, and it could get him really upset. So this right here is another thing. First off, the dogs have this kind of, hook, whatever, on their harness that the child can use if the child's not actually doing the leash himself. So in this case, the child can hold on to that, and then you can also see he's got a tether. So the tether is actually always attached if you're doing tethering. And then this is kind of teaching the child where as they meet the dog, you're teaching them that they're together, that they're responsible for the dog, but also that's their friend, that's their comfort, that's who's with them. So a lot of them I've seen, the child learns to walk with the dog like this. And where we saw earlier that the dog could anchor and keep the child in place. So basically, we haven't had that. Let's see, my son is 10. think my wife and I have gone out to eat 6 or 7 times in 10 years, maybe a little bit more, but the majority of that is only in the last couple years. We just couldn't leave him alone, or if we couldn't take him somewhere to go eat because he wouldn't stay. That's still difficult, especially depending on where we go, what he'll eat. He has a lot of dietary issues, sensory food issues. But having the dog can help deal with the sensory part, and then the dog can also give, like the dog will give compression. Like you might see one walk up and put its head in the lap of the child, and that's adding that pressure that a lot of the children need. My son especially, he likes pressure, so he likes people to give him big hugs and to give him tickles, and just he wants to have stuff on him and pushing on him and all resistance. So the dog would give a lot of that, and then would give us the ability to actually shop without the thought that he's going to run as soon as we let go. I'd say in the last a month or 2 months ago was the first time I was able to take him shopping without him being in a shopping cart or trolley or buggy or whatever you want to call it, depending on where you live. Before that, it's always he had to go in. We still can't do that much, but it was at least I managed to do it once. I think I know I've said in the description he's nonverbal. He's slowly getting some words. He has them in there. It's just getting him to bring them out. He's got a device to use to speak. You have to just basically, he has to learn where things are to hit the buttons to make it speak for him. But as he's been speaking more on his own, that's been less necessary, but still it's really limited how much he does say. A lot of his language is gestalt, so he repeats words. So there's some people who all their language is gestalt, and basically an example might be they only quote movies and TV shows. Like literally that's the only words they ever say are quotes. So what ends up happening is the family learns, oh, he's saying this quote, well, that means he needs to go to the bathroom, or that means he's hungry. And they just figure out how that quote somehow relates. But since he's nonverbal, he can't communicate as easily with others. If he got away from us, he couldn't tell people. So all that's a big issue. While I'm at it, let's see. Starting to get darker. Got some more dog facts. Let's see. Drawings of dogs looking like Great Danes showed up in Egyptian art dating from 3000 BC. Chihuahuas come from Mexico, as we know. Chihuahuas are named after the Mexican state of Chihuahua and were the companion dog of the ancient, I think it says Toltecs. Chihuahuas are small but smart. They have the largest brain relative to the size of their bodies. They have a quick wit and are easy to train. Boxers. Some boxers have really long tongues. The world record holder belonged to a boxer named Brandy. It was 17 inches long. That's over 5 times as long as a human tongue. Which Great Danes, it looks like, are from Germany. I didn't quite know exactly where. Let's see. 2 U.S. presidents owned Irish wolfhounds. Herbert Hoover had one named Patrick, and John F. Kennedy had one named Wolf. Though they are known to be great hunting dogs, the Irish Wolfhounds are terrible guard dogs. They are not suspicious of strangers. And Labrador Retrievers are from Newfoundland, Canada, which there is an area up there called Labrador. So I always assumed that they were somehow connected to that. Labradors are, let's see, no, we saw that. Okay. So that covers all the ones I've done right now. Whew. All right. Pop over, switch to that for a minute. Yeah, you know, the autism, before really a 1-year-old, we already saw some signs. We didn't necessarily know what they were, just that there was something weird going on. He would just stop and stare off into space and start laughing at stuff, and it was always weird, like we hadn't seen others do it quite the way he was doing. But then also, he started losing language, which is a big sign of autism. So I'm not a doctor, so this is my experience of it, but my understanding is it's a big sign when they start losing the language. So by the time he was 2, we were pretty sure, but it's hard to get diagnosed that early, but we still were able to get him some help at that point. Over the years, as we learned about his autism, me started to say, all this sounds really familiar. And ultimately, I ended up getting diagnosed with autism because I went back and looked at my life, and everything I was talking about with my son was stuff that had come up with me. Okay, hold on. The cat is yelling at me. Well, I was going to say it's early, but it's just about his usual dinner time, so I guess it's not that weird. He's just lazy, and he won't actually jump up to come in here unless he knows he's got his food ready. Yeah, and like, I got diagnosed with autism, and then every now and then, I have a new memory unlock. And I'll just be thinking about something my son's done and said, wait a second. I did that as a kid. And it's always just funny, just the different things that I did that I didn't know what to do with. Fortunately, I feel like the verbal part's one of the biggest issues. I was verbal, so that wasn't... I was verbal. I didn't talk much. I'm mainly talking a lot now because, one, I'm forcing myself, and 2, I have some of the so-called liquid courage. When I want to make sure I'm talkative, I need to do something like that to make it happen. I did actually have, what was it? My son was in a special needs daycare, before he was 6 years old. He went into a daycare, and one of his teachers, had been friends with my wife for a while at that point, known each other a few years. And then we ran into them at a little camping type resort, whatever. It's a little complicated to explain, but we ran into them. And I said something, I don't know, hi or whatever. She apparently thought I was nonverbal. She had never heard me speak in all the years that she had my son. So she actually went back to the school the next week and told all the other teachers that I do actually speak. They just assumed I didn't. Yeah. I wish I could. I always hate I can never remember the examples of the stuff I thought of that was just the way my son eats different things and the way I do, and yeah. All right. So, mm, talked about doing some quizzes. I don't know where some good quizzes are. And D doesn't know how to be quiet. Okay. Yeah, I don't know of good quizzes, so y'all can feel free to tell me if there's any good ones to try. Swing swings with you, talk too much or not at all. Yeah. What about, are you smarter than a fifth grader? Is there an actual quiz like that? I knew they were weird, but goodness. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're the game that Queso's been playing. Um, yeah, the actual Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader game. Yeah. Which the other day he did finally win. I was betting on him, so I finally won some points. Okay, your ideal winter morning includes curling up with a warm blanket and hot chocolate, sledding or skiing in the snow with friends, baking cookies or making a festive treat, and sitting by the fire. I'm going to go with hot chocolate. Others sound good, but especially if they're talking about a morning, I'd rather go with the hot chocolate over like sledding or skiing. I'd rather do that later in the day. And baking treats, that's so much energy I don't want to start off in the morning with. The fire was probably my second choice. I'd rather have the hot chocolate. Pick your winter drink. So definitely the hot chocolate. I like peppermint, but I'm not sure I'd like a peppermint mocha. I don't think that combination. Mochas are kind of iffy for me. I like chocolate, I like coffee, but for some reason mochas never quite hit for me. I've never liked cider. I've tried several times, but I have never liked it, no matter how much I've tried. A chai latte would be my second choice. I would definitely go for that, but hot chocolate I'll pick first. Your go-to winter accessory. Snow boots and cozy gloves, fuzzy socks, earmuffs, festive scarf or mittens. So where I live, the southeast United States, means that snow doesn't really happen much. A flurry a year, one flurry a year, sure. Snow that sticks to the ground once every couple, 2-3 years, usually like a quarter inch. Anything beyond that, it's like once every 5-10 years. So it doesn't get very cold. So I've never had earmuffs. I don't know how well they work or don't work. I know people with scarves. I've never had a scarf. Mittens. Why would you pick mittens over gloves? And fuzzy socks sound too itchy to me. I've never had snow boots, but I'll take the cozy gloves for sure. Pick a winter activity. I've never used any of this. I freeze if I go outside. Yeah. Winter activity. Holiday movies, ice skating, cookies, and crafting. We don't watch much holiday movies. I wish we did, but my son tends to take over control of the TV, and it's only so often that we can get stuff going. Ice skating. I like ice skating. But I rarely ever go, so I'm trying to think if I would still like it. That might be a bit too hard on my body now. Decorating cookies is always good. My daughter's really taking over the decorating though. And crafting, no, not crafting. It was just a general winter activity. I'm really a toss-up on this one. Other than crafting, any of the other three are a good choice. But I'll go with the movies as the least energy requirement. Cozy outfit. Festive sweater, puffer jacket and worn boots, oversized sweater and leggings, knit cardigan and wool socks. Wool socks sounds really itchy. I don't know that I'd like that. Oversized sweater. I have one or two oversized sweaters now, and I just get too frustrated with the sleeve length when I go to wash my hands. Festive sweater, puffer jacket, and worn boots. It's been a long time since I've had a puffer jacket. Worn boots and festive sweater seems the simplest. Winter soundtrack. Soft acoustic or holiday classics, upbeat winter pop, calm instrumental, festive jingles, and cheerful tunes. 'Cause, 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 majority pick, I guess, is what would be called holiday classics. I don't think I would dislike any of these, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure about soft acoustic, but the holiday classics, yes. Winter pop songs, every now and then I'll listen to. Instrumental can be nice depending on like time of day. And then festive jingles and cheerful tunes. I'm not sure. For me, holiday classics is like synonymous with that, so I'm not sure which is. Actually, I might switch to that. A winter snack. Cookies and cocoa, candy canes, cinnamon rolls, and roasted chestnuts. Well, roasted chestnuts are out. Candy canes I like, but not sure I'd want to deal with all the hard candy and the candy cane getting stuck in my teeth. Cookies and hot cocoa is a strong choice, but probably cinnamon rolls. When we're home for Christmas, sometimes for Christmas we go visit my dad. And it's, one state away, so about 3 hours. But when we are home for Christmas, then we do cinnamon rolls Christmas morning. It's not that we won't do them other times, but we would always do those then. My son used to like cinnamon rolls, and then at some point he stopped. Probably it's the stickiness of the icing. Like, he likes icing to a degree, but more when it's less sticky. So that's probably why he stopped going for it. There's food is a difficult thing. He only eats so much stuff. A lot of carbs, chips, some breads, donuts, plain bagels, some cereals, French fries, pretzels. The closest thing we have to nutritious that we can get him to eat is cheese bread. But I think a lot of it is sensory, the feel of stuff. I have that as well. I'll say I didn't get diagnosed till a few years ago. I didn't realize, but I've taught before, and we always talk about mash bash. Who doesn't like mashed potatoes? I don't either. I can't handle it. They'll make me sick immediately. I can't even swallow. I can't even swallow one bite of it. But I was talking to some other dads, dads of autism, of Downs, of different things. And we were talking about diet and all. A few of them were dealing with diet stuff. And I told them that I also had, I'd been diagnosed with autism. And I remember as a child eating carrots. They were usually cut into like little circles. Eating them, liking them. I can almost remember the taste of them. And then one day, I'll guess at like 5 years old, I don't know for sure, I was just done. I don't know why, but I've never had another carrot since that day. I just all of a sudden didn't eat them anymore. So one of the dads did ask me, would I ever eat them again? And I said, that's one I could force myself to eat. But something like plain mashed potatoes, I can't. I would just reject it entirely. Which, all that said, it's going to be really fun with my surgery where they're going in the front of my throat. I won't go into details in case people are squeamish. I'm squeamish. But basically, it's going to be hard for me to eat. So I'm going to be doing milkshakes and smoothies. Well, in theory, I don't really do smoothies, but milkshakes, sweet mashed potatoes, sweet potato mashed, whatever. Yeah, mashed sweet potatoes. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I can do those, but basically anything I can come up with that's really soft. All that to say, scent minerals. Whoops. Winter pet companion. So, not really a bird person. I like hamsters, but I don't really know about having that as my like winter pet companion. That, yeah, I think it really comes down to the top two: a cat or a dog, and that's a really tough one. I, if you said a lazy dog, yeah, yeah, that does add a wrinkle. The fact that it's an energetic dog. But then I also look at like my cat, and my cat doesn't cuddle 99% of the time. Once in a while he cuddles, but otherwise never. So I don't know that he'd be a great winter pet companion. Whereas an energetic dog, I have to assume eventually will slow down and take a break. Decoration vibe. Simple, cozy, warm, colorful and cheerful holiday decor. Sparkly and festive with snowflakes. Magical and whimsical. Okay. This feels really nuanced. A lot of times I'm simple, but part of that's just energy and what we can manage. As you can imagine, a lot of our energy goes to other places, so there's only so much we can do. But if I were picking, I would think I'd pick one of the others. I like the idea of snowflakes, but I'm not sure beyond that. I think the colorful and cheerful probably hits it for me. Yeah, I could see wanting to pick what's easiest. And I say, for the most part, in reality, simple is a philosophy of our lives. Your winter personality in one word: cozy, family, party, or festive. Definitely not festive or party. Nothing wrong with festive. I just, if I'm going to pick one, that's not what I'm going to fall under. Party's nice, but I can only manage a little bit of that. It's either cozy or family. I think I'll pick cozy. So I got Buddy the Elf. You lead with joy, sincerity, and a belief that things can always get better. Even when the world feels a little cold, you choose kindness and optimism. Your enthusiasm reminds people that happiness is worth holding on to. That's fairly inaccurate. So, as expected. I definitely choose kindness, but optimism is more a struggle. And then enthusiasm. Enthusiasm takes some work. Okay. Mm. Here, let's do Christmas song that represents the personality. What do you like? 1000% into it. This is my era. Nostalgic and low-key, sad, but in a cute way. Cheerful, organized, and ready to decorate immediately. Calm, quiet, and happy to stay home with warm lights. Ready to make poor decisions. And I would skip the holidays if I could. This was What Are You Like? I'm pretty sure I fall under the calm, quiet, and happy to stay home with warm lights group. Yeah, yeah. Go to holiday drink. I don't think I've ever had chamomile. I've had some teas, but not a lot. Not a big hot tea drinker, but I've had a few. Peppermint latte has the same issue of peppermint mocha did earlier. Cocktail. A cocktail could be good. But if we're going to say my go-to holiday drink, it's not that. Wine's never been my thing. No. Black coffee and don't talk to me. Um, that's a strong contender. But we're back to the hot cocoa. Now we're adding the whipped cream to it. So, hot coffee and don't talk to me is a strong contender, though. Winter activity. Let's see. Wrapping gifts while listening to emotional music. Reading by the fireplace under a big blanket. Ice skating hand in hand with someone cute. Smirk. Staying inside complaining about the cold. A crisp evening walk to admire neighborhood lights. And this is, okay, just pick one. If you were picking one, what would you pick? I don't mind wrapping gifts, but that's not an activity I'm going to pick. Reading by the fireplace would be nice. I tend to get hot-natured, so I don't know how much I would want to stay there before I'd move on. Ice skating. At this point, I think ice skating is one of those things I'll just do rarely and regret it just because of how much pain it will probably bring me. The smirk will skip. That doesn't quite work out. Staying inside complaining about cold is a very strong contender. And a crisp evening walk to admire neighborhood lights. I think if I'm going to pick an activity, assume that I don't have outside hindrances, I might pick the crisp evening walk. As long I, I'm defining the crisp evening walk as meaning that it's not freezing cold. And I think I'd like that. I would probably regret it as you can figure out what that smirk is. I know you can figure that one out without me. But yeah, too much oldness in my bones to do too many walks, but once in a while, definitely. Your holiday aesthetic. A sweatshirt that says on the naughty list. Candles everywhere. Cozy sweaters and fairy lights. Velvet and fake fur. Red, sparkly, and very main character. And evergreen garlands and gold accents. Okay, none of these is immediately jumping out to me. I'm just never the kind of person that's going to wear this kind of sweater. Now we have a dog bandana for our family dog that says naughty on it. Candles everywhere. Sounds nice. But at this point, I'm probably too much of a dad and too worried about too many candles. Sweaters and fairy lights is fine. I just don't know if that's what I would go for. Now I've got fairy lights. Oh, they're the wrong color. Fairy lights in front of me. Just to help provide a little different lighting. Velvet and fake fur, I might like for a little bit, but eventually I think I'd be sensory overloaded from that feeling. Red sparkly main character is absolutely not it. I'm not main character vibes. Evergreen garlands and gold accents is a strong option here. I'm not a big gold person. You know, I fall more on the silver side of things. Like if it was evergreen garlands and silver accents, I probably would just pick that one. So I think it really comes down to garlands and gold or the sweaters and fairy lights. Your holiday aesthetic. I'm gonna pick. All right, I'll go. Just my gut instinct when I first looked through the list was probably the garlands, mainly because of the evergreen side. I do tend to like green, even though I'm colorblind, so I get green mixed up plenty. How do you handle holiday stress? Journaling? No, that's too much effort. Candlelit bath. That's nice, but it's too much work to do it often. Complain loudly. Probably more true than it should be. Never stress during the holidays. I don't stress out too badly, but there is some. Now there's 3 smirks. D, you can figure that one out. And then clean plan and make lists. Yeah, I'd say in general, not as great about cleaning sometimes, but making lists and plans, definitely. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. I've got, there's an app, Google Keep Notes. It lets you make lists and drawings and checklists and just little bitty things, and I use it all the time, and I have just pages and pages of checklists. I have one for the fundraiser. I've got one for streaming in general. I've got, when I was doing my renovation, I had different lists for that to keep track of everything I had to do. What kind of gift giver are you? Thoughtful and romantic, sentimental with lots of meaning, last minute, warm and comforting, practical and perfectly wrapped, funny or cheeky. Um, where this is getting tough for me um, is that my wife and I are very practical to begin with. Always have been, at least since we've been together. We've always been extremely practical. So, legitimately, both of us talk about getting practical gifts and not getting sentimental stuff. We're just not extremely sentimental. We have, I mean, not that we don't have any sentimental things, but when it comes down to getting stuff, practical tends to be the best. And another reason is that with two kids, whenever it's time for us to spend money on ourselves, we say, well, I could be getting something for one or the other kid. I could be doing this for them or doing this for the house or so on. So we don't tend to spend money on ourselves. And it's constantly fighting, especially me telling my wife nowadays, is you've got to spend money on yourself and buy new clothes once in a while. You got to do this and that. But, you know, I've gotten better, but I'm still not great at it. So when it says thoughtful and romantic, for us, practical is part of that. I'll put practical. I don't know that I have a good grasp on that one. And finally, pick a Christmas movie to watch. Love Actually, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, any version. The Holiday, It's a Wonderful Life, Hallmark movies, and Elf. Never seen Love Actually, so or The Holiday. I don't care for Elf. I know many people love it. It just wasn't my kind of humor. I just never got it. Never really got into Hallmark movies. So It's Really a Wonderful Life or Grinch. I did watch Cassie's reaction for It's a Wonderful Life. That was pretty good. It's been a while since I watched the movie, so definitely go watch her reaction. But if I'm picking, honestly, I'm gonna go with Grinch. Um, I'm always gonna start out with the classic Grinch movie, but it's really like a 30-minute show. I'm always gonna start out with that, and then I'll see about a different one after. Yeah, they didn't put Mean One on there, or whatever it's called. That was an interesting watch if you haven't seen Caitlin's. So my Christmas song is It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas. Your cozy classic and the person who keeps holiday traditions alive. You bring order to chaos and make December feel like December. You're the warm glow of a perfectly decorated home. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah. Which I've said other places, but our tradition, I saw something that made me think of it. I don't know where it was, but for Christmas we buy Christmas Lego sets. Like they have like a village and stuff you build up, and each year we just buy more of those sets and we build up and build up because they change from year to year. So we're getting a big holiday decoration from these Lego sets. It used to be every year we rebuilt all of them, but now we've got so many we can't do that. So we tend to the goal is that when we take them apart, we take them apart into chunks so that we can try and put them all back together and then build the new sets one by one. This year, there was a Santa Claus that looks like a Lego person, Lego figure, minifig, but it's instead it's like giant Santa Claus. The arms and legs all move, and the hands. For whatever reason, they didn't make the head move. Okay. It's been a while, and I need to do another. Where's the button? Do another giveaway. There's 10 minutes. Put in exclamation giveaway for $20 gift card. Actually, write Haddocken one earlier. They write his name on one of them so I can keep track easier. And do please enter if you can make use of a Steam gift card. I mean, they're purchased, they're here, so some might use them. Yeah, Haddocken entered last time and won. I mean, I don't care if he enters again, but somebody else can feel free to enter. Take it. We'll take a stab at this. Let me get chat to show up for me. Yep, Dr. Vitti, let's do this. Do it for a little bit. I am nowhere near as good as many of the other people, so we'll see how long we go. Settings, music, voiceover down, effects, yeah, sensitivity. Last time I haven't tried on this computer, but last time I tried on my old computer, there was a big difference having sensitivity. It's been a while since I tried this, so yeah. here. Let me see if that went through correctly. Hold on. Okay, good. All right. So I have noticed right now I'm not getting any sound. Why is sound not working? You heard the game very quietly. Let me close. Just close them. Let's see, that's currently. Okay. For a second, I heard sound. It looked like sound was coming through.
I'll understand if you have to take a break at any point. Just find a safe place to stop.
Whoops.
And quit the game. And don't worry, I'll save your progress.
Those who are new, you may not know, but for whatever reason, my keyboard has a button above the escape button that takes me all the way back to the desktop. So sometimes I will suddenly pop down to the desktop because I went to hit escape. You know, I can say I don't think I was having trouble here before, but today I am. Oh. Okay. See, I think earlier just what the browser windows or something had captured the sound. Ugh. Okay. All right. Well, congrats to D on the Steam card. Since you people are funny and don't really enter. Oh, I knew that was a problem as soon as I did it. What got auto-modded? I don't have a clue what that even is. But yeah, yeah, there is a file. Oh, great. Yeah, there is a file extension. So maybe that's, I mean, it says something else, but I'll stick with the file extension. So I have a guess at what it means, and we don't need to go into that. Okay. All right. So I was having some success here before. I don't quite remember what I was doing, but somehow I was making it work. having trouble getting the hammer back around in time. I know there's people who've done it with some sort of back and forth motion, and I've done that a little. But eventually, I start losing control of the mouse. Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't remember how I was doing this, but I'll figure it out. I think it was something like this. Maybe not. Yeah. When I try and do a big jump from there, I tend to just push myself off. Ah. Yeah, that was what I wanted. I just didn't come back around fast enough. Stop a second, get my mouse resituated. Ah. That didn't quite come around far enough. Oof. That might have worked. Nope. That one. Not working. Okay. Ugh. Too much up, not enough around. Okay. Phew. I have managed to throw myself down between that spot really badly once. I have never succeeded at this. I've come close, but I don't even know what I did. I just kind of got lucky and almost managed it. Hey, Lampa, welcome back. I'm just back to try to figure out the grill. My problem area, because I can never get this shortcut to work. What have you missed? I don't know, we did some online quizzes. I'm not sure beyond that. That we did Baba issue for a while, but eventually I needed a break after finishing the first area. Yeah, we got through it, but it was definitely something else. Pretty soon I'm going to try and go the not shortcut way, which isn't much fun either. Right now, I am having no luck trying to go the shortcut way. Alright, well, it set me back here, so let's try this again. I just can't quite figure out how to get the right momentum to shoot myself up here. Nope, need more space than that. So I thought maybe I could push myself back over to the other one. Okay. Well, that was something. It kind of feels like, in a sense, having momentum, but not quite. Because like sometimes the momentum is like in the opposite direction, so it shouldn't work. It's worth trying. Ugh. Okay, that time was just my mouth. I kind of got towards the end of the mouse pad, so I lost traction. Oh, so close. Oh, I pulled back. I pulled back. Yeah, I keep getting stuck right at the very edge. Ugh. Do y'all have giant mouse pads or something? Because every time I get close, I'm losing my mouse pad. Ooh, that was not right. Sensitivity's maxed. I did that at the beginning because I've had better luck with the sensitivity turned up. Oh, oh gosh. Pretty high. Okay, let's stop there a second. And decide what we're doing. Okay, I'm up here. So that's progress. Now I'm not sure, I don't really know what the safest way to get over is. If it's going to be hanging down from it and trying to launch myself up to the right. I'm kind of feeling like it is. Oh. Well. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, we hate the game. You made a bad game with bad controls. Let's see. Okay. Nope. Okay. Let's take a breather. I'm not too confident on trying to reach that camera. I might have gotten here once and then immediately fail. Take a second. Okay. I'm not totally sure on this one. Gonna try and pogo it, but I'm not terribly confident. Otherwise, I try and hang and like launch myself using that chair. Okay, I touched it. That was a failure to launch. That was primarily luck. I'm not sure I did anything on my own that actually made that happen. That's it. Okay. We'll take a few tries, but I don't know how much more I want to do of this. I still have to bang my head on golfing over it. Um, that's a good point. Should have known I wouldn't be able to get to everything. I don't know. Let's see. Good point. Let's actually quit this and jump over. Because only a few of y'all have seen this, so let's pull it up. Golfing over it. It's taking a minute. I guess I had a cloud save, but I think last thing I remember was I fell back all the way to the beginning, so it doesn't matter. So this one, your golf ball, and the narrator, which if you can get to him, you have to get far enough so he starts talking, just like in Getting Over It. He kind of mocks getting over it some and points out the problems. In this game, it's just difficult. Basically, you can determine power up to this distance and direction. And while it's in the air, you can keep hitting it. But once it hits anything once, then you can't hit anymore. You have to wait till it finishes bouncing. And I'm forgetting how to quite... Yeah, there we go. And one of the difficult parts is the very first tree. So I had made it decently far, and then I fell all the way back to the start. I think in theory you can keep hitting it while in the air, but in practice, I think I can manage to hit it 2 to 3 times at best. So it's a bit different in that you once you hit and go, you're just stuck. But you're not stuck with crazy controls that you don't know what your guy's going to do, flipping around the hammer. The problem is this very first tree. You've got to hit it up and around that one branch that's sticking out, which involves doing a multi-hit. And I can never quite get that multi-hit on. Oops. Yep, see, I hit the tree, so I lost any ability to hit it further. And when it's in the air, you can still when you're it's in the air, your mouse is kind of tied to it, and that you still have to kind of sort of hit it, but you're still also controlling direction and power. So if the ball's falling towards you and you need to hit the other way, then it's a bit harder because then you've got to pull the mouse back enough to get a strong enough hit in the direction you want while the ball's falling towards you. And after I did so well early on the first time I played this, I am regretting this now. And this is one, Markiplier did play it, along with his Getting Over It series. Yeah, in terms of the mouse, like I'd go wherever power and aim, and then I let go of the mouse, and that hits it. So there's not actually hitting the mouse you have to hit the ball with the mouse. But you have to, whoa. You pretty much have to do a multi-hit up there to be able to go over that tree. And somehow I've done it. Now, it's not looking so sharp. If I don't progress soon, then we might move on to something else. Come on. Oof. Okay, that was a little promising. I'm starting to get better feel for the ball controls. Okay. Okay. So what I figured out is when you're doing those follow-up hits, you don't actually have to be right by the ball. It's relative. So wherever the mouse is, you click and hold, and then you draw back whichever direction you want to hit. So when I needed to hit it right and hard, then I just had to pull back wherever I was. Whereas I used to think I had to have the mouse close by, and that made it so much harder. So now I'm curious if there's a golden ball or something. And a lot of these obstacles are set up so that once you start rolling, you go all the way down. Oh, okay. All right. I know from memory that I need to head up to the left. And I did not make it, but I didn't fall all the way back down. Okay, now I'm going down. That was total mishit on my part. Oh, I got a dono. Well, let me pause a second then. And let's that out. I need to remap that key to do a proper refresh. Oh, Matt Sperlin, that's another friend from online, a different online community. So I don't know that he's here, but if he is, thank you, Matt, so much. W Dono, W Matt. That is great. Thank you so much. Oh, what does that put us at? What's our total? 39.53. We've almost hit 20% now. And also, that's worth a couple more spins. And we're back to Cayenne. It really wants to keep giving me Cayenne and Sriracha over and over and over. Before I do it, do my second spin. What have we got? I'm tired of Sriracha. Getting close to taking a Sriracha off the list. Okay, Souracha. I'll do the Souracha first. So yeah, Souracha. Maybe it's got a seal on the inside of it. Yep, it does. So it does have some sour. It's actually not as strong as I expected, but the taste is actually really good. What I may have to do is combine it with some other sour candies. And then the cayenne. There it goes. I'll try to do it without the second hit. I'm pretty sure a second hit's necessary. I don't think you can get enough height with just one hit. I don't know what happened there. Goodness. And if y'all are seeing skips, I'm seeing them too. It's the same. It's just all of a sudden jumping a little bit. Well, got something. Don't know what that was. Oh. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you, DJ. I don't actually know if I have a shout out built-in command, but thank you, DJ. I appreciate it. Let me pop over. Oh. Hey, y'all. So, if you don't know me, I'm Bapperson, and today I'm doing a 12-hour fundraiser for my son. We're getting him an autism service dog, and what that means is eventually working him towards its $20,000 goal. He's nonverbal. He does elope, which means he runs off. Not necessarily runs away in terms that want to get away, but just for whatever reason, maybe something scares him, or maybe overstimulated, or maybe that's just something interested him, he will run off. So one big thing with the dog would be that the dogs can be taught to anchor, so they're tethered to my son, and then the dog sits and puts all his weight down to keep my son from going. The son can learn to hold the dog and walk with him, and then there are some dogs who are taught to even block off. But also there's sensory issues. My son will get overstimulated. He will have breakdowns. The dog can help to give him sensory input when he needs it, like putting his head on his lap to help weigh him down, or to push on him, or give him comfort when he's feeling overstimulated. In the last year or two, he's been trying to get some interaction with our family dog. And our family dog's a good dog, but he's not really trained to take that sort of interaction that a trained dog would. I didn't mention this earlier for people who are already here, is they can train these dogs also to be trackers. The dog can actually be trained to follow his scent and lead us to him if we choose to have them train that. So I think we probably will. The main thing is once you train them on that, you have to keep training them so they don't forget. So basically you end up doing like a neighborhood hide and seek, where somebody takes my son, goes off and hides somewhere, and then the other person has to take the dog and have him track and find him. I don't know a lot of agencies that do all these different types of trainings. You know, the tethering where they're attached to the dog is rare when I looked for it, at least. The training to track, I didn't see it come up a lot. but it costs 20. It actually costs 40,000. We raise 20,000. The agency raises 20,000. They're called Four Paws for Ability, and they train and match about 120 dogs a year. Whereas like one other agency that's free, since they have to raise all the money and do it all themselves, they've done 60 dogs in 9 years. Versus this group, they're a bit bigger, and since you raise half the support, they can do 120 a year. So really great. It's just, once we hit the fundraising stage, we're kind of stuck. It took a while to reach the fundraising point. Lots of interviews and referrals and applications. But now that we're at this point, it's locked in. We just have to get the money raised, and then we will be able to have them start truly training the dog. They look at breeding, they determine personalities, they train them from the date that they're 3 days old, like socialization and stuff. Ugh. And eventually they train for my son's specific disability, if he doesn't have seizures, but they would train for seizures. He bites his hands and has huge calluses on the sides of his hands. They'll train a dog to interrupt that behavior. So when he goes to bite, the dog will poke his nose in and get his attention instead, and help draw attention away from whatever is causing the biting. Usually the biting is because of some sensory overload or something. I was kind of worried because they want you to tell them different things that they can train on, but there's lots that we don't know what to teach them, tell them. Well, they also teach some basic commands where we tell the dog, oh, hey, go to him, and the dog just knows, okay, that means that he needs comfort. Even if I'm not trained for this specific scenario, I'm trained that this command tells me I need to go comfort him, or whatever. Or he needs sensory input. Oh, stop. Okay. Right now I'm playing golfing over it rather. I did getting over it for a while. I made progress and then fell down on getting over it, so I thought I'd try some golfing over it before I moved on to other games. I started making progress, and then I got stuck at these stairs. Let's see, we've got about 3.5 hours left of this stream. I keep not quite hitting the ball right at that point. Let's see, we're at 30. Hold on a second. Whoops, not what I was looking for. Oh. So I don't know if y'all realized it. Oh. Somebody did it. Somebody did it. I was about to say, Anonymous 4860, thank you. Thank you to whoever donated that. I appreciate it. That means I'm at the 4K goal. the 4K goal, unfortunately, means I have some work to do. So oh, that's fine. So there's ways to put in other names. It's just it's just not obvious necessarily that you don't necessarily have to put your real name or anything. It kind of makes you unsure, but that is fine. Thank you very much, Ace Face. I guess it's Ace Face. 4,000 means that my daughter now has to teach me K-pop choreography. Not that she knows it. She started learning it because she came up with this idea. So I said, okay. It wasn't till today that I remembered that, oh yeah, I'm having neck spine surgery in 2 days. So I've got to learn it really fast, or I've got to wait a month and do it in a month. We'll see. See how much I can learn tomorrow, basically. There is MS Paint with Bob Ross. Also, first time Phasmophobia play, which also would be a single. I'd play it solo. It is dark enough. I could start that at some point. And childhood pictures. I kept meaning to pull this up for y'all and kept forgetting. Let me go. Yep. This is what I want. Yes. Unfortunately, when I was in Alabama visiting family, I forgot to get pictures myself. So I had to just ask my dad to take pictures and send them to me. And so it's a variety of pictures. Interesting. So this is definitely high school. I don't know exact grade. Not 12th grade. So 16-ish, 17 at most. Pretty similar. I would grow this hair. Sometimes I got it down to as low as covering my eyes. Yeah. Homecoming. For the Europeans in the group and whatever else. I know we've got some Europeans. Yeah, every year the school, college and high schools will both do this. Have homecoming, or there's a football game, American football. After being away, they have a home game and it gets celebrated. They do, they may have a parade. I'm not the homecoming king. Instead, they would have homecoming representative for different clubs, and I was made the representative for my club. So I got to do that. I was apparently wearing glasses. I didn't wear glasses a whole lot during that time period. But yeah, there was a parade and stuff. Let's see. That club would be I don't remember the exact name of it, but basically it's the Christian Fellowship Club, which living in the South meant there was a lot of people in it because pretty much everybody falls under that. Okay, so yeah, there. Finally got a color picture. Yes, and this. I worked at a summer camp a few years. It was actually in Pennsylvania. I was, let's say, I live in the South, but I went up to Pennsylvania every summer, and I worked in the summer camp. And every Friday they made you dress up in Western wear, so that was me. We had to do different activities. They had just this big whole, I don't know, Western themed thing to end the week for the campers. Like there was a musical chairs, but with horses and tires. It was a thing. So there's me with a horse. Not my preferred horse. But at least I wasn't riding that horse. Some of those horses and I didn't get along. Some did, and it was a great day when I had the ones I wanted. Yeah, so at one point we decided it would be fun to get some blue and white hair dyes and pomades and stuff, and I also picked up yellow sunglasses at the time. Yeah, I don't even know what to say more about that. It actually did not stay in my hair. It washed out. Okay. So I don't know ages, but this would have been the early 80s. Based on the backyard, it would have been in the first couple years of my life. Basically, I remember moving out of this yard. I don't remember anything about actually living in this house. Just I remember moving into the new house from here. And then getting off the bus. I have no idea what age that is. Just that's somewhere in the late 80s, elementary school age. So probably 6 to 8-ish. I rode the bus most of the time. I know, I mean, I don't know how common it is, but I know some people from other countries don't realize that yellow school buses are actually a real thing, but they are. Yep. So yeah, they had the yellow school bus, and it was just for school, nothing else whatsoever. Playing basketball. Might be ninth grade. I don't know. And there's a picture with me and one of my best friends, but I figured I'd cut her out of this for sharing. It was funny. She lived in Pennsylvania, moved down to Alabama where I was. We became friends. She moved back to Pennsylvania, which well, not just her, but her whole family. I would go up there to visit. That's where I ended up going to camps and stuff. I met my wife through her. I was up there visiting during a winter, and we just happened to go on a trip, and I met her, and they knew each other. They had been childhood friends. And now we live in a whole other state, but we both actually still live in the same city. So even though she started in Pennsylvania, I started in Alabama, we're now in a third state that we both live in the same city. And I pretty much never see her. We're too busy to run across each other. Which, that belt, I always wore those kinds of belts. Don't think I've worn a wristwatch in many, many years. trying to see if I can date this. And I really can't. I don't recognize this sidewalk at all. That's probably the entrance to a house. And I don't recognize it. So I don't have a clue what year this is. But, yeah, live in the South, not wearing shirts, boys just run around, pants or shorts. Now my son, with his autism, unfortunately, it's a bit of the opposite. He wears shirts, doesn't wear bottoms. So I always have to be careful where I am when I'm streaming to make sure he doesn't run in the frame. Also got to be careful, like when he's out on the trampoline or whatever, making sure we've got tall enough fences and all that. I'm talking about him running off earlier. When COVID hit and he couldn't go places, he went wild and learned how to unlock doors, learned how to undo deadbolts. We had to change out all the locks and make them more secure. I had to put in a fence, then I had to improve the fence, then I had to improve the fence again. Then he was still climbing over a different part of the fence, so I had to redo that whole section of the fence. It was over and over and over. And nowadays, he knows he can put the key in the locks, and he knows they get turned, but he doesn't do it. I don't know if it's because he knows he shouldn't, or just because he just having trouble, like, because it's hard and he thinks, oh, it's not working. I don't know. Luckily, though, as part of all that, I also have put cameras everywhere. I've got doorbell cameras that all the doors that go out other than to a fenced area. And then around the fenced area, I've got cameras so I can easily tell if he's getting out, because he has tried to climb over that a couple times. And he has succeeded. And the camera tells us, and we immediately get him. So this, I don't quite know. I'm guessing 4th grade, like 9 years old or so. But that's honestly a guess. My hair used to be very white. Now it's just a really light blonde, depending on sunlight and all. But back then it was constantly white. I don't even know. It probably till junior high, early high school, it started to get not solid white. This is already at least a little okay, but it was pretty shiny. Okay, well that covers all the pictures I've got. Whoops, I didn't mean to exit yet. We'll try a little bit longer on this, and then we'll switch it up. That is too hard. I'm not sure what to switch up to. There's doing a Bob Ross portrait with MS Paint. There is doing Phasmophobia now that it's dark. I talked about a few other games. Oh, sure, go ahead. I keep forgetting that. Oh, no, no, stop. There we go. Let's see, there's also filled up the category. Oh, Golfing over it's in there, but it's really funny. Like it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't let you easily do it. Yeah, set game was the correct command. It's just, for some reason, when you try and do it that way, it doesn't recognize it. I remember that happening to me before. I guess it doesn't know the short version, whereas getting over it, it knows you can just call it getting over it without the Bennett Foddy part. I'm guessing. So yeah, there's Bob Ross. There's Minecraft with the permanent death turned on. I'm not playing Minecraft in a while, so that would be interesting. Yeah, there's the Phasmophobia now that it's dark. Okay. So I know from experience that for this one, you pretty much have to be on the handle of the shovel to be able to make it up to the tree. Not that way. And I'm back at the bottom. Oh, almost the bottom. Now the bottom. This is the trouble point. A bad fall down towards that bottom left could lead you back to the beginning. There is that catch, but okay. Made it here. The problem is I need to land up on that racket up above me. I believe last time I got to this area, that's where I fell, was when I tried to reach that racket. Okay. This may be this is my record run already. Now, I'm not sure how to land on that horse because I think I have to get all the way up on its back. I'm not sure I can land anywhere other than its back and not fall off. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that is back to the start of the stage. Yeah. Well. well, that that seems like a good stopping point for this game. Oh, I was doing so good too. So I like it. I say it's not necessarily predictable in that once you hit it, you've got to keep hitting it, and once it hits something, you're left with just rolling. But it is at least more predictive in that you're still aiming and stuff, and you don't have a wildly swinging hammer like getting over it does. All right. I showed some of these off earlier for people. Some of the four paws dogs. Let's say they start from birth, before birth, because they actually look at the parents and determine health and personality and trainability. Trying to see. Let's say they asked us what we thought we'd want. We think a golden retriever. Yeah, pretty gentle, but also pretty strong and a good size to deal with my son. Not not too sure we'd want to deal with a Newfoundland. Yeah, so for a lot, having the service dog actually means vacations, because we've done vacations, but not many. When we did Disney, my sister-in-law came and she helped to keep Elijah under control. We wouldn't have that now, so I still don't know if we would try Disney with the service dog, but it at least would be more of an option. We're talking about, this looks like a typical family picture, but that's not accurate at all, because one child right here looks to run off. But now they have this dog, Elliot, who helps keep him under control, keeps him calm, keeps him basically helps keep him in place from running off. This sort of grab on holding on, yeah, that's, I know that fully well. There's plenty of our pictures where I've got my son in my lap and I've arm just wrapped around him and try to make it look like a normal picture. I just am holding my son, but really it's me gripping him so that he doesn't run off. I am really jealous of, they were showing earlier, we were watching a video, where college kids got to foster dogs so that they could learn like what it was like in classrooms and opening doors to buildings and all that stuff, and that would have been fun as a college kid. Probably I might have struggled, but the idea of it was fun. Okay, let's see. So yeah, we've got Phasmophobia as an option. Minecraft I forgot to install, but I own it. I just have to install it on this computer if we want to do that. I'm trying to remember. Supermarket Simulator. Oh, Fever Meme. That was the one I wanted to try. Let's actually hit that one up. Hold on, did I not get it yet? Okay, hold on. I thought I had it. Let me just add that really quickly. I guess it's on sale at least. So we'll see if this takes a while. Fever Meme is a newish game. It's been out for a little bit, not terribly long, but it's kind of, it's a rage game, but it's also like a parody and comedy. I mean, it's really a good mix of genres. Let's see. My only hesitation with it, like it sounded really good when I heard about it, and I saw just clips of it. My only hesitation was under the AI usage. They wrote TTS, text to speech / AI voice. So I'm kind of left with, do they have AI and they're downplaying it, calling it text to speech? Or are they being overly cautious? It's text to speech and they're afraid people are going to call it AI, so they're just upfront saying, I don't know. So I figured we would just go ahead and try it and see. Okay, this game contains flashing lights and strobe effects, obnoxiously loud and generally unfunny jump scares. Oh, and spiders. I don't like spiders, but I'm not like crazy afraid of them. Are you a content creator? I guess. I don't consider myself one, but I suppose.
Fever Meme is the first game I've ever finished and released on Steam. I truly hope you enjoy.
I guess also I've called it a troll game. It's trolling the player.
Salvador here will guide you through the tutorial.
Hola. Soy secretamente un dictador fascista.
I still have my sensitivity settings on my mouse turned up a bit from earlier. Okay, Dr. Vitti, you actually know this one? Okay. Gonna make me feel like queso adjusting my settings. Graphics.
Si llegas al verdadero final me encontrarás allí.
You can use space to jump.
Vine a advertirte que hay más en este juego de lo que parece. Hay múltiples finales y si no tienes cuidado tu copia del juego se destruirá por completo.
All right,
random.
the first actual map of the game. Good luck. Have fun.
I don't know. I guess it doesn't give you controls, so I don't know if I'm supposed to have a crouch ability. So far I'm not finding it, so we'll go without. Okay. Let's skip the lot.
You died a stupid death.
Okay. Like I said, a troll game. I'm pretty sure I know this one, but I'll do it anyway. Oh. Yep, there it is.
Come now, you really should have seen that coming.
And that was just a bad jump. So I've seen just very few clips. Usually they were the same scenes.
You were impaled by a flying bed of spikes. How quirky.
I don't actually know what I was supposed to do at the next area. Still don't know what I'm supposed to do at the next area. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it... Okay. I guess it goes further back. So I wasn't far enough back last time. Okay, so they were trying to trick you. This game was my escape.
Whoops, I had the gravity turned off. Okay, it's back on this time.
have something I need to tell you. And for both legal and personal reasons, I'm going to be vague about this. For now. I also wasn't even sure I should even tell you. When I should tell you. So I had the game randomly choose instead. This message won't ever appear once, so I apologize if you were in the middle of something when it happened. If you end up beating this game, and let's be honest, most of you won't, then I have something I need to show you after. I know this seems incredibly random. Being fellow to explain why I'm asking this now, you haven't even beaten the base game yet. Everything will make sense soon. Very soon. Thank you. I'm sorry. For some reason, I did not expect them to let me go that easily. That, I don't know about y'all, but that one's giving me some weird visual. Oh. I guess being patient worked. But I can't anymore. So I'm trying to decide if that is me actually getting messaged or if that's just in-game audio. I have a feeling that was in-game audio. I'm trying to check my Discord messages and make sure I don't have anything. Yeah. Oh. Hello, welcome. See, I think that was fake audio to distract the player with Discord and Windows sounds. Okay.
Lava is indeed hot.
It appears that you suck at platforming. Apparently really badly because I jumped way too early. Like really badly. Okay. I don't even know what to say about that. So let me just hop over. remove that. Okay. Resume game. So fever meme.
Oh, beware of spiders, by the way.
I looked away and I didn't even see what just happened. Is that supposed to be spider related? Oh. I was looking down. I wasn't seeing the spider up high. Okay. That was something.
I wonder what red means.
Oh. Okay, one of these. I have to be standing still for red and moving for green. That's going to be tricky. Especially because I keep mistiming when it's past me. Okay.
Blue clearly represents how depressing it is that you're still stuck on this map.
I've seen a similar mechanic somewhere in another game. I can't remember what. It's just a matter of getting that timing. The issue is, for the second one, for the second blue one, I couldn't tell that was blue. Okay, come on. I stopped moving. Like, that's why I looked back at the other one to see if it was the same color. And to me, it didn't appear to be the same color. So I was like, well, if the other one is air, then maybe that means I just have to walk for this one. So, I guess that's my colorblindness for the fun. Okay, I can do this. Oh, just trying to get back over to go try and rush that line. This level's the one I remember most. Yeah, I've not seen this one before. I keep messing up my second jump. about. A lot of bad things. Those are always too short. The turrets ran out of ammo. Okay, jumping over the line doesn't work. Trying to go around that side doesn't work. How about going backwards? I think doing the line out of the order made that work. I don't know that I can jump this. Okay, maybe I can. Please type yes or no. Was the previous trapdoor too obvious? No. Sure. Would you agree that most of the trolls have been fair so far? Yes. Are you enjoying the game so far? Do you know anyone such as friends who might enjoy the game? Maybe. No. Yeah, so it's trying to make you answer yes to everything. Because that makes you move backwards. Did you eat before playing the game today? Yes. Did you shower? Yes, yes, yes. Nope. Yes. No. Yes. 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 I guess speeding counts. You answered yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. There we go. I thought there might be more spiders. Yeah, more spiders. How did I dodge it before? Is it just... I don't even know. Okay. I don't know how I dodged it before, but basically jump right after I hit the line. We can do this. Okay. That was pretty good, to be honest. That was a pretty good troll. All I know is, if I don't look at it, will it still get me? Yes, it will. I'm assuming if I go on the spider side, it will get me. Oh, maybe it won't.
For legal reasons, I have to specify that this is Steamboat Willie, not the other guy.
This is far too easy. I don't know what he's going to do, but he's going to do something. Okay. Look behind you. All right. Oh. I did see this in a clip. Dying is faster than walking back down. And then they do this. Which is an amazing troll, to be honest. So I have seen this.
Well, that was certainly an elaborate way to die, wasn't it?
Spider says press the red button. Okay, up here, red did not have quotation marks. Spider didn't say.
it is heavily implied that you were impaled by spikes.
How many did the previous bamboo plant have? I thought it was 18. Apparently it wasn't. So I'm going to go 19. What color? What color was the vase the bamboo plant was in? So, yeah, 6 that time, but it asked for the previous bamboo plant, not that one. Now it's asking for a color. And you're not allowed to go back. I have no idea. Okay. I'm not going to try and count all that. We'll just see what it does. All right. Works out.
Ow.
Hold on. The cat is too lazy to jump up. He has to have the door opened for him. I've got a little half door. Okay.
Ah, yes. The obligatory maze level. No game would be complete without them. Or am I thinking of water levels?
I guess I have to go all the way back. So if I took the other route, would it have worked? Or is it the game set up to force you to go both routes? guess is it probably forces you to go both routes. Okay, so this side is more maze-like. To be honest, I feel like I'm pretty lost.
What? How did you even walk into that? Were you on autopilot or something? Lock in already.
I'm actually okay with the fact that I died there, because I think I was too lost. Okay. So we'll go with left hand. Stick to left hand walls. Phew. Okay. That's interesting.
All right, I'm over it. There's the exit.
Okay. Good, because I'm over it too.
Hello there. You told me you were a content creator earlier. So as thanks for playing, please take this opportunity to stop for an ad break. And if you feel bad about shoving ads down people's throats, don't. I promise the alternative, if you don't, is much worse. Ad break starting now. Twitch.tv/aimbok. 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 The many worlds interpretation implies that there are most likely an uncountable number of universes. It is one of a number of multiverse hypotheses in physics and philosophy. Many worlds views time as a many-branched tree, wherein every possible quantum outcome is realized. In modern versions of many worlds, the subjective appearance of wave function collapse is explained by the mechanism of quantum decoherence. Decoherence approaches to interpreting quantum theory have been widely explored and developed since the 1970s. All right, ad break over. Welcome back, and enjoy the rest of the game.
My controls are reversed.
Yep. Hey, so here's a pro tip. If you turn your mouse upside down, then it's like you don't even have inverted controls. I'm not even trolling when I say this, but yeah, an early beta tester from about a year and a half ago figured this out and beat the map that way. Go try it out.
I feel like, why would they tell us that? Oh. No, that was just going too soon. I don't know what just happened. That one just kind of lost me. Is that the controls back to normal? That's what happened. frames are going crazy. That's actually happening to me, like, on my screen, so it might actually be intentional. Oh yeah, that was totally intentional. I'm going to attempt to turn the air on and see if that is audible. Because I am sweating.
Seizure warning, by the way.
I guess watch out.
Truly beautiful. It is heavily implied that you were eviscerated by a saw blade. Ow! Well, on the bright side, at least we get to spend longer in this beautifully constructed room. Okay, I'm honestly getting a headache watching this. Next.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Hoping they would not make me do that, because nope. I'm afraid this is going to be a trap. Oh.
In this game, a dangerous cube chases you. Each time you successfully jump to the next platform, your score goes up. How high of a score can you get? Don't give up. I believe in you. Truly, I mean it. I think if you can manage to get to 100 points, you'll get...
This one, yeah. Hey, Forky, welcome. I forgot to jump. I forgot to jump. I was hoping maybe. Okay. I was hoping maybe there was some alternate rather than trying to run around this. Green means go. Blue means jump. I didn't see it in time to even jump. I think I'm rushing too much. So, it's clear that green means go on the ground. Jumping does not count. You have to be moving on the ground. Okay.
Oh, you broke out already? I honestly thought that would have taken you longer to figure out. I didn't even finish building this section of the map yet. Just a moment. All right, there we go. Oh, silly me. I forgot the exit. Hey, we need to have a talk. You're playing through this game way too fast. It's hard to believe you're taking anything in at the pace you're going at. So with that in mind, here is a door that will only open 4 hours from now. You'll thank me later.
That matches my local time.
Thank you for your patience. In return, I've got an exciting new feature awaiting you on the next map. And now, without further ado, the next addition to the game. Are you ready?
I will go fix my time before I move on. I'm going to go grab some cookies to be a sort of dinner. So for the moment, let's jump over. It took a second. Okay, it's taking a long second. Let y'all go for a minute. All right, well, guess that didn't work out too well. I came back just in time to see it ended. All right, here we are back again. I've got a roll and some cookies and a drink. Sitar. Actually, I'll eat my cookies for a minute. Pull this up and go a little bit longer. Oh, hey, Corey, yep. We hit 20%. That is fantastic. I know. I don't get super energetic, but really I am very thankful. This has been great. Y'all have really helped. And I have no other letters, no other words in mind. Okay, apparently ire is a word. Someone who eyes others, maybe? I don't know. Oh, rely. I assume not, but trying to think of anything that could fall alphabetically in there. Creole. Golly. I don't know. I'm guessing words at this point. Guess nail. So we met the minimum. Nope, that's already been guessed. Nope, that's guessed too. No, that's... Oh my gosh. I put hill ant. It was ant hill. Well. Good job, Jess. Notably, I was nowhere near getting that one. I fear we may be done with this one. If I'd realized we were so close, I would have tried to come up with more small words. I was trying to get big ones to get us there. Still, that was a good job. Level 5, but we did all right. Just a reminder for anyone checking in, say we're raising funds for my son's service dog. This isn't his, but just an example. For his autism, to deal with sensory overloads, to calm, to help prevent elopement, with running away basically, not running away in terms that sense, but running off. Potentially for tracking, if he does manage to run off. It's really hard to put into words all the stuff, and even all the stuff we were thinking once we actually talked to them, and like we're at the final steps before fundraising, and they were talking about what specifically the dog can do for Elijah and what we can train on. We are finding out there's just so much more than we ever expected. So I do feel like this is going to be revolutionary once we reach this point of actually having the dog. Yep, help with independence, help with tethering, wandering. Oh, doctor and dental appointments, which one thing is calming. Helping navigate transitions at school, getting through crowded hallways and stuff. That's always a problem for him. It always has been, still is. But doctor stuff, for like, for example, standard dental visits, typically is, I'm not usually there because I'm working, but my wife has to like lay across him or lay across his legs or do whatever as both a giving pressure to sensory and also as a prevent him from moving and running off. Whereas the service dog can actually learn to climb up and lay down on my son and provide that pressure and also comfort. And then that frees up my wife, or if it's a visit that I'm there for, frees up one of us to actually interact with him and help keep him calm, not just be focused on trying to physically keep him. The barcode QR code there goes directly to the donation page. A pin message goes to the donation page. And you can always do exclamation donate in the chat to have that pull up as well. As long as you're going through these links, then any donations are directly going to getting our service dog. Other links may go for other people or may go to a general fund, whereas these links will specifically be for him. And you don't have to worry about the fee that the site asks, like $4 or whatever. That's not required. The way the agency's set up, the fee's already paid. It's not an issue of you needing to pay extra. So we will take whatever people can give. Don't give if you can't give. Only give if you're able. Otherwise, I still appreciate you being here, joining in, chatting, sharing, whatever it may be. And hopefully, my headphone has charged enough that I can use it. Yep. Fortunately, it charges fast. So back to Fever Meme. A bit of a troll game.
I mean,
like
I couldn't have made it more obvious what was going to happen there. You can really only blame yourself.
Yep, it's been 10 hours.
Maybe this time we'll try crouching. You know, that thing that I deliberately added into the game just now.
I don't honestly know what I was supposed to do to avoid the spider. Yeah, it's been 10 hours, which is pretty wild. I didn't realize that it was like a half height thing. So only 2 hours left.
Next up, a double jump power up. Now we're talking.
Oh, I don't like that. Alright, let's see. So rather than a power up, it's more like a extra spot you can jump off of, sort of.
Well, I'm guessing we might be here a while, so I'm gonna go grab breakfast.
That was a difficult. Yeah, it helps if I jump well the first time. Okay.
Okay, I'll admit, so far, these new additions have been a bit dry.
Jeremy on deck with the big W. Dono. There we are. Jeremy, that is very nice. Appreciate you so much. Let's say this really will be huge for us. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's been donating. So we've got other fundraisers we'll do in the future, but still this is, you know, this is the first like coordinated one we're doing, and I really appreciate everybody. And it really is going to be a huge life change for us once we get this dog. Which, I mean, it's a big life change, and you know, hype and talking about it and all. You know, admittedly, I've talked about earlier today that, you know, they still have to actually train the dog, raise it. So we're still looking, once we have the money total, 20,000, then we're looking at 1.5 years, 2 years. So that does suck, and that means for a while the hype will kind of die down. But once we reach that point, that'll mean we have a dog that has been specifically raised and trained for my son's individual needs. So it'll be a wait, but once we got it, that will be amazing. So thank you again. Thanks everybody. Okay. I was not expecting that for the water.
Okay, what about vehicles? No. This is far too cramped. This won't do at all. What you need is a nice open area to drive around in. Ah, that's much better. Ah, isn't this wonderful? Just you, me, and this giant box for you to drive around in. One might even call it a sandbox game. Sorry.
Well, so much for that. Yeah, having a car would have been helpful here.
Wait, seriously? You're already done? But you haven't even been playing 5 minutes. You know, some games are literally just this, driving mindlessly for hours and nothing else. But you're telling me you're already done? I just don't get it. What do you want from me?
You're probably right.
Okay, I have thought long and hard on this, and I see it all so clearly now. The game has a severe lack of player agency, and to address this, I think I've come up with something we can both appreciate. This next game mechanic needs no introduction. Enjoy.
For some reason, I feel like he's gonna fuss if I start killing them.
Yes! Yes! Oh God, yes! This is what the game has been missing. The only way this could be any better is if we had a moving target. And I know exactly where to find one.
Yeah, Haddoken, you might be right.
Do you remember
the car would have
that
flipped.
pesky spider that's been tormenting you through the entire game? Well, I've made him completely harmless and trapped him in the next room. Now is your chance for revenge. And there it is. Now the spider is at your mercy. No! Why? What are you waiting for? Shoot it! Shoot the spider! Quick! Before it gets away! No! Why? I said to shoot the spider, not save it. Now it got away. And for what? To spite me? Or because you have some kind of vague moral compass? Fine. But it seems like such a tragedy to let such an innovative feature go to waste. So if you won't shoot a spider, maybe you'll shoot a geopolitically insensitive spider.
Yeah, Caitlin would not like this game. From the very first time that we had a spider come flying at us. Now, somebody could... I think this is Wolfenstein rather than Doom. Now, somebody can always suggest this game for her, but I'm pretty sure they're wearing Nazi armbands. That and they keep shooting me, so if they're gonna shoot me, then that's how it's gonna be. This is a really long level. I keep waiting for it to be over.
Guten Tag.
Do they seriously want me to replay that whole thing? Because, dadgum, that was long. And to be entirely honest, I think I'm getting motion sickness from it. Take a breather. I was feeling good, like, oh, we're getting through this fever meme game. And then they pulled this on us. Which wouldn't be terrible, except it was just such a long level. I used to have occasional motion virtual sickness, but it's been a while since it's really hit me. And it probably doesn't help I'm warm, you know, warm and haven't eaten much today, so I think that's kind of all compiled together. which I have some more hot and sour challenges to do. But, goodness. Oh. Alex Jane Will. Get over here. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Hey, Alex. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I had a shout-out command set up. Unfortunately, it looks like I probably don't. I'll have to get that set up. But I think today might be my first raid, so I don't know. So welcome on in. Hey, Alex. Hey, Chris. Thanks, everybody, for joining. The time trial for Crash / shout out. Oh yeah, there we go. I guess I'm just used to having commands for it. Feel so accomplished. Yeah. Crash looks crazy. I actually never played it, so the extent of my knowledge is from watching watching Alex and I guess Caitlin play it. Nice. So we are, probably everybody knows me, but I'm Bapperson. I've been doing a 12-hour fundraising stream for trying to get service dog for my son who's nonverbal with autism. He will escape, run off. He needs sensory input and control. A whole lot of stuff going on. The service dog would be trained to track him, would train to tether him, to anchor him, to keep him in place, to provide comfort, to give him sensory inputs, like to lay the dog's head on his lap, to even the dog himself to lay on, to interrupt behaviors, like when my son bites his hands and has deep, deep calluses, the dog can be trained to interrupt that behavior. And a whole lot more that we don't even know at all. I've been trying to play Fever Meme, which is kind of a troll game. A little rage, a little parody, a lot of trolling. And they suddenly threw me into a early 1990s Wolfenstein style game that once I died, it sent me all the way back to the beginning. having cookies and Dr. Pepper as a sort of dinner. But good job, Alex. I wish I'd seen that. I'm curious about the time trials after seeing what the regular game is like. I know I've watched Alex run through so many levels already. Oh, I guess we'll have to catch a VOD since you can use VODs now to keep your streaks. I think my stream streak will be broken otherwise. Okay, I don't know what that room was supposed to be. I'm just hoping that at some point the game will take pity on me and just let me move on to the next level. Because it does do that occasionally. Just pop you back and let you move on. Maybe it ends if you use all your... If I die and it sends me back, then I'll try that. I'll try and use up all my ammo at the beginning. The controls on this are horrible. Believe it or not, this flashing lights is nothing compared to the flashing lights this game gave us earlier. I just remembered... Oh, no, okay, it's not this one. Different one. Oh. Hold on. It looks like we've got another dono, which... The page isn't great about updating, but there we go, Forky. W Dono, W Forky. I appreciate that so much. We appreciate that so much. It's always a big question of whether to write your full name or write what you go by, or what we refer to you as. In this case, I'm going to write Forky. But I really appreciate it. Let's say the service dog will be huge once we reach that. You know, right now we have to save the money, and then they will train the dog to help my son specifically, but it's going to be huge. Maybe we can actually attempt to go out to eat once we have the dog. Maybe shopping a couple times will be an option. You know, I wonder if, you know, there's been some vacations we've wanted to do, but we have to worry about what will happen with our son if we can keep control of him on our own, but having the dog will help, since they can anchor to hold them in place, or they can tether. So I really appreciate that. Okay. Well, we're almost at the end of this area. It wasn't much longer before we got to the boss that killed me. And hopefully this time I can win. At least I'll be more cautious this time about fighting it. Let me go back and get some health from earlier. And then hopefully we can move on to a totally different level of this troll game. Wait, that's right, spider.
Guten Tag.
Okay. So what I noticed this time is there was a different route to have not even fought that spider. So maybe I don't have to fight it. Okay. Alright. Running out of ammo does no good. Now the problem is all the nausea from the playing this game. But to be entirely honest, now that I know there's an alternate path, I may not try and go everywhere I can. Yeah, this is easily the worst level so far. Okay, that's right. We did get to this before. It showed us that 5. And I don't know what that means. Okay. Gonna take a breather for a second, because that nausea's hitting a little bit. From those old graphics. Pursuit. And, Danielle. Which I have to assume is probably D, given the 67. But, either way. Pursuit, Danielle, W Donos. Alright, so Pursuit, and D's already up on there. Thank you very much. Oh. An hour and 13 minutes left of this stream. I really hope we can finish Fever Meme. Let's see. I still owe a whole bunch of hot and sour punishments. I just need to wait till I'm past this game with all this nausea, because I do not want to try hot or sour stuff with all that. Now, I'm afraid that I'm just going to have to cheat on this. I just want to know if I'm really just supposed to beat that boss, or if there's something. Because with it making me nauseous, I'm just tired of running through this over and over and feeling sick from it. I don't even know. I know. We can do it another day. That's about the point I'm at. So I'll just fight him again. He'll almost certainly kill me. And we'll move on to do something else today.
Mein Lehman.
Okay, and that time he didn't attack me at all. He just walked up to me. And of course, because I've been rushing the game, I did not collect all the points. There's one area that had a whole bunch of points. I just need to find it. I don't know what happened. Now I have to find my way back there. It might have been this way. See, when I was reading earlier to try to figure out about fighting, I saw people talk about saving. And now I don't know how to save because I really want to save. Still checking, but I think there was another dono, so that gives me a good excuse to pop out for a second. Which, this puts us at 25% of the total, which is great. We're now at 5,000 total. Lampa, yet again, anonymous does not work if you put your name in the comment. But Lampai has done probably what the worst thing is, even worse than the K-pop choreography. Now I have to actually sing. So K-pop choreography will definitely be, well, I'll attempt to learn it tomorrow before my surgery on Monday. If not, we may have to wait. The song, we'll see if we do that tonight. I don't know. One big thing is y'all are going to have to pick a song. And I'm either going to have to hope I know it or I'm going to have to learn it. Find a good karaoke version. I don't know. So if y'all can think of songs, that would be good. But thank you yet again, Lime Pie. You continue to do too much. Thank you so much. Come on. I guess there's automatic saves. I think we're gonna have to just go with it. Alright, so we did childhood pictures. Oh, we still haven't done Phasmophobia. We need to finish up Fever Meme and jump over to Phasmophobia. So Deja Vu, one of the, maybe the first level, or very early, you had this. This wall, the floor was fake with spikes, and then this had an invisible floor on it. And I'm stuck with, did they do the same exact thing? So there's an invisible floor. Or are they trying to trick me? And this is actually a real floor now. Okay. Thank goodness.
What you in this game both need now are thrills, not frills. So let's raise the stakes, shall we? Clearly, death has become meaningless in this game now. So from here on out, if something only kills you, consider yourself lucky. In this map, you have to climb all the way to the top to proceed. And if you fall, you start all over again. And before you ask, there are no checkpoints. Good luck.
I have no idea what my controls are doing. Okay.
Oh no, that was almost close. All right, come on. You got this. Lock in. This isn't even that hard. I've already put you through way worse than this.
I have a feeling there's some
Really?
trick.
Come on.
Now, there are levels where you have to at least make it a certain distance, and then he just stops you and says, okay, that's enough.
Can we move this along, please? Do you remember when I told you I believed you could do this? I lied. Just like she did to me.
Alright. I'm not sure all the jumping up and down is great right now either. So... Okay, so get Phasmophobia up and going. Y'all think if there's any ideas for what in the world I do about a chat song? Or not chat song, but a song chat chooses.
First day, huh? Well, I've already got some jobs ready for you. Don't worry. I'll be helping you out as much as I can from this side.
Right now I'm getting a lot of stuttering. Oh, thanks for the updating the game. To be entirely honest, I don't know what settings I should try and use. Except I have a pretty good graphics card, so I can change the settings. I've watched people play Phasmophobia. Mostly older, original Phasmophobia. Not with all the updates. I've watched a little, like when Caitlin and Cassie played. But I'd say at the moment I'm in trouble. Amateur, sure. Close enough.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Okay. Contribute event points, buy item, get a ghost to walk through salt. Weekly tasks. Sanity is good. Now I gotta figure out how to actually. Okay. That's like tutorial would be nice. Okay, I've got a flashlight. like an EMF reader. So it's like, I guess you can hold 3 things. Actually, couldn't think of it. Is there information about my current ghost? Or is it just this, Bradley Watts? Is that the name of the ghost? Push to talk's great and all, but I need to know what the push to talk button is. Place, run, crouch, grab, drop. Okay. I don't know I'm going to remember any of those controls. Hello, hello. 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 Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I was hoping this would actually show me something. Instead, it's not really. Grab the key. Yeah, there's Christmas stuff. Okay, temperature is fine. Is the bath full of snow? Okay, so no activity so far. Bradley. Bradley, are you there? I cannot tell if push to talk is working. We'll just try voice activation and see. Bradley, are you there? Temps are good. EMF has been good so far. Nope. That can wait. I'm still doing the upstairs. I am not going down to the basement. Okay, I think it's about time I have to go down to the basement. Bradley, are you here? Bradley Watts? Oh. We had a temporary reading. I don't know how high the EMF has to be to actually count, though. I know you can have normal readings, and then there's actually high enough to actually count. Bradley, are we there? Temperature's dropped, but I do know we need it to be below freezing. Okay, EMF needs to be at 5. I can see our breath, but temp is still not. Oh, it's going down. Now it's back up. So we may not. Trying to decide if we have freezing. So right now it looks like I don't like that. Don't like that. All right. No, I guess I didn't have to set that here. Okay. Spirit box. And oh, is that? Okay. Okay, dots. I'm trying to figure out how to use the camera, and I am not figuring it out so far. So far, right click is not doing it. Oh. So you just can't do it inside the van. Bradley, are you there? We're stepping back outside for a moment. Journal. Evidence. Okay, so far we've not gotten the EMF5, but we have to watch. Dots we haven't tried. Ultraviolet. Freezing tips haven't happened. We do have ghost orbs. So far we don't have spirit box. Or freezing temps. Let's try dots, projector. And ghost riding. Let's see what those do. I know a common problem is getting the book open. People throw down the book, but it's not actually open for them to write on yet. So I'm trying to figure that out now. Yeah. Well, that didn't work out. Yeah. Once those lights hit, he was coming, and I was backed in a corner. So that was a thing. Yes, I made money, got that proof. Okay. The tutorial should be around here. Oh, there's the briefing. Just making sure it doesn't say tutorial anywhere among these.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Oh. Howdykin, is it this training? I just kind of assumed training would fall under when I picked single player.
Welcome to your first day at Ghost Hunting Distribution. Read the whiteboard to get started.
Interact, left mouse, use tap, grab E. That's, with my color blindness, I could not really read that at first. Place F, drop G, crouch C, okay. Journal. Special is hold T. And cycle is Q, okay. Your first goal when entering is to find the ghost's favorite room. So we found that last time. Had to be the basement, of course. To find the ghost room, look for open doors, items that have been thrown, or sounds coming. Okay. And I figured this one out.
Head through the door to the next section.
So Sanity. Each investigator has their own sanity. When playing in a team, you'll have an average. Standing in the dark, ghost events. You can restore your sanity with medication. Try it out. So 45. I guess that did use it. Okay.
Good job.
To keep your sanity stable, stand in lit rooms. Turn lights on with the switch. I forget about turning lights on. I just walk through there in the darkness with my flashlight. Each location has a maximum amount of lights. The fuse box will trip. Okay. So don't run too many lights.
Well done.
Okay. Got it. EMF. You normally need 3 types of evidence, but they'll show us all 7. Okay. EMFs. All left behind. Hotspot lasts around 20 seconds. Okay. So I ran to a hotspot earlier. Grab your EMF reader. Use it. 5 or higher as evidence. Open your journal, click the evidence tab, then mark. Alright, Live thank you so much for joining. Thank you for donating. I really appreciate everything you've done. Also, all those gifteds. Thank you very much. Have a good dinner. Oh. The EMF meter went up briefly. I did not see how much it went up. Oh.
Nice work.
Okay. You mark. Some ghosts will leave handprints, windows, footprints.
Well done.
Okay. Freezing temps. Ghosts make areas colder, but some ghosts will push these temps below freezing. When navigating, you may notice your breath being frozen. You should check the temp. Okay. Temps drop some, but not a lot. Alright. I thought there were more rooms. Let me come back in here then.
Move to the next room.
Okay, so temp drops aren't too fast. Dots projectors. Reveal. All I need to do is find them, grab a projector, turn it on.
Good job.
When a ghost reveals itself, it will walk towards the closest player if they're inside the room. You can use this to get particularly shy ghosts to come within range. Interesting. Often when filming, investigators flicks of light. Grab a video camera and turn on night vision. During contracts, you can place the camera down and view the camera feed. So place was F. Okay, that's not what they wanted me to do.
Nice work.
Okay. Ghost writing. Some entities interact with objects.
Well done.
So in theory, how do they make this training work? Do they have ghosts hanging out, helping them out? Spirit box, turn it on. Okay. Flashes white, you're getting answers. Flashes red, your question was heard. Where are you? Hello? Where are you? I hear you. See you. Hello? Where are you? Will you talk to me? Hi, I see you. What's your name? Are you upset? Hello? Where'd you go? I, can you tell Hattigan? Because I was trying to figure this out earlier. I switched the voice activation just to help make sure. Should current microphone input be doing stuff as I'm talking? Do you know? What about the webcam? No. Finicky. Hello? Are you there? Why don't you talk to me? Where are you? Hello? Hello? Test, test. Test, test. Anything? Nothing? Hello? Can't tell. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Mine doesn't even have that bar. Okay. Phasmophobia. Current microphone input. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, testing anything. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Well, I was not expecting this issue. Test, test. Anything? No. Just turn that off for a moment. I'm seeing something about changing some more settings. Okay, all that looks good. Okay, default device is good. Well, I mean, I know the microphone's working because you folks are hearing it. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Where are you? Yeah, can you say something? Hello, can you hear me through this? Hello, hello. Well, pretty soon I may have... Oh, hey. It's kind of weak. Hello. Oh. Now this is working. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Where are you? Where are you? What's your name? I really want to move on. Where are you? Oh, it needs to be in the dark. Where are you? Hello? Is there a switch in here? Hello? Where are you?
Good job.
That took way too much work. During contracts, ghosts can initiate an attack on you and your fellow investigators. These attacks will have a chance to occur once your sanity reaches 50%. Some ghosts will attack earlier or later. Turn off your equipment, hide in a locker, or crouch behind something tall and wait.
Something's not quite right. You better hide, quickly. That was a close one. Congratulations on completing your training. You can exit through the truck by interacting with the keypad.
He is winded way too fast.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Isn't that in the past? Am I misreading the dates here? October 17th and 18th. Okay. Now that took a little bit, so let me swap out. Hold on. Since we're getting to the point of wrapping up, I want to, let's see. So I'll have to learn on dancing. Then chat hasn't suggested any songs. I'm pretty incapable of singing, so I don't know what will have happen. If y'all come up with any song suggestions, I need to know them. And I need to do some more of these. Shuffle it up a bunch. Chase longer. The only K-pop songs I know are K-pop Demon Hunter songs. Any others I don't know. No, it doesn't. I didn't say it had to be K-pop. The choreography I'm doing is K-pop. The song is, I don't know. In terms of songs I know older Western, older country, like 80s, 90s, maybe 70s. I know various pop across decades. I know older rock, some metal. And then let's say I know K-pop Demon Hunters. I know some baby metal. Let's go and do my Warheads spray sour candy. I'd really say it's just a really strong tart. Chase Lounge. I don't. hot tamales. For those of you who haven't been here today, like 80% of the results have been hot options. Like to the point, I just started skipping sriracha because I was just getting tired of it. And then for the sour, of the 6 options, I've only landed on 2 until now. Off the top of my head, I'm just not even sure I know that song, Chase Lounge. I mean, that doesn't make it impossible, but... So... We'll add some sriracha to it. So that was good. Sriracha added something, but problem is somehow I got a bunch on me, so give